Kia ora tātou, nau mai, haere mai, and a warm welcome to our Future Development Strategy, our joint steering group, and want to welcome you here for our meeting on Monday, the 20th of May, 2024, and to acknowledge our group members and officers and public either in the gallery or online. Before I get into our order of business, if I could ask Councillor Te Kenehe, do you want to just push your button and we'll do a karakia?
Kia ora, Your Worship. Tēnā tātou he hui mai tēnei wā kei runga te marae o hene. Ki roto I tēnei whare kainihera o tātou o te rohe nei. Nō reira ka ino I tātou. E te matanui te rangi ana I o punanga I whakamoimati ki a koe. Hei te aki, hei manaki I a tātou I roto I nei kōrero mo tēnei strategy. Nō reira e te matua anei o punanga e whai I nei āhuatanga o te kainihera erua mo I nei take nunui. Nō reira, tēnei te inoi I roto I te ingo tōtama me te wairua tapu, tūturu ōwhiti whakamaua kia tīna, tīna. Haumi e hui e. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, thank you. All right, I just want to explain our meeting is being recorded, is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel in terms of health and safety. And unlike the event of an emergency, on hearing the alarm, we will leave immediately, and this did happen last week, through the fire exit, through the green signs as we entered. We evacuate to the assembly area, which is the clock tower in Te Marae Hine, the square. In terms of health and safety, it is a non-smoking or vaping facility. A defibrillator is located at the ground entrance at customer services. Any incidences, please report them to our administration. Okay, we're looking through our order of business. Number 2, there's apologies. We haven't got any apologies. So we move through to number 3. And that's around late submissions to note, and there are 7 late submissions. Well, in terms of our process, we do need to accept these late submissions, and this is around that the joint steering group note the late submissions. I'm happy to move that, seconded by Councillor Te Kenehe, and we will vote on that, please. Now, in terms to our colleagues from Horizons, we vote electronically here, so you'll get on your panel there will be 3 buttons will come up. One is green, that is yes, red is no, and yellow is abstain. So that should be relatively straightforward for you. We will vote, please. And that has passed 6 votes for and none against. Thank you. Right. We will do declarations of interest. I haven't received any. There are none. That's good. Thank you. In terms of all right, what we'll do is we'll confirm the minutes, and then when we get to the late submissions, we'll get the officers to speak to those first, and then we'll get through to the deliberations. Okay, so we've got confirmation of minutes, which is that the minutes of the Future Development Strategy Joint Steering Group meeting of the 13th of May 2024, Part 1 Public, be confirmed as a true and correct record. I'm happy to move those, seconded by Councillor Hapata. Are there any matters arising from the minutes? They are on page 63 of our papers. There being none, we'll vote, please. That's passed 6 votes for and none against. Thank you. All right, we do come through now to the deliberations report, which is around our draft Palmerston Future Development Strategy for 2024. Before we get into the actual deliberations report itself, if I could ask the officers to speak to the late submissions, the 7 late submissions, and then we'll get through to the deliberations after that. And colleagues, if you want to ask a question, you just need to push your panel and the lights come up. Thank you. All right, so Keegan and Leanna, welcome.
Ata maria, everyone. My name's Keegan Applin-Thane. I'm a Senior Planner for the Pastoral City Council. Next to me I have Leanna Shirley, Senior Planner for Horizons. Also just acknowledge for later down the track when we get to questions, I've got John O'Ferguson Pye, our City Planning Manager, to the right, and then also Rebecca Bell, who's been a consultant working with us on seeing us through the process. Just congratulations for getting to the pointy end of the process, and thanks for the guidance thus far. We'll just prior to dipping into the deliberations report, just briefly cover off the late submissions. So the late submissions that were received, I think approximately about 7, did not feature in the summary of submissions report, but we have rounded them off in terms of whether there were any additional or complementary submission themes that emerged, and incorporated those into our response tables in the deliberations report itself. My mind is a little bit foggy. There was a lot to respond to, but I don't believe that there was anything overly unique in the late submissions that emerged that were different to the submission themes that we'd already been exploring.
Okay. Any questions from my colleagues around those late submissions? Councillor Gordon.
Oh, kia ora. I just wonder if we might note for the record that we have taken that on the advice of officers in terms of those late submissions, and just noting that they weren't sent through to Horizons councillors on the panel, just for keeping correct record.
Sorry, that they weren't sent through. We've got them here. They're in the papers.
Sorry, I take that back. Let me rephrase. I just wanted to ask about the 21 submissions coming through the LTP process that we haven't been privy to. And just, I guess my question is whether we need to accept those or not accept them.
Through the chair. Yes, thank you, Councillor Gordon. I was going to cover off the 21 submissions of the deliberations report, but thanks for saving me a bit of time. There were 21 submissions that emerged in the long-term plan submission theme, so the PNCC long-term plan to be specific. Those were too late in the process to incorporate into both the summary of submissions report for the FTS and the deliberations report in the FTS, so they will not feature in this report. On officers' review of the submission themes that came through those submissions, the only unique point that wasn't featured in existing summary submission themes, was submission number 1218 with respect to Massey University's interest in terms of flagging a future growth zone around Massey University in the future. Possibly to support housing growth and bridging the gap between Massey as an institution and the city on either side of the river. We are comfortable that, given that that's very early indication, that is acknowledged in the future development strategy as far as opportunities for housing and business growth. There's a particular page on it which we reference opportunities for housing, more housing land around the campus, but we would expect there to be further detail in the future to be explored for the next review in, say, 2027. That was the only main unique point that we could flag. In terms of process, as far as like accepting those LTP submissions, if it's appropriate, I could ask our Democracy and Governance Manager to answer that point.
I'll just ask our Chief Planning
Yeah.
Officer to speak.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my advice would be is that they're not technically submissions on the FDS, they're submissions on the LTP. I think we're actually going over and above our obligation in terms of this corridor at the moment, just connecting the processes and making sure that we're joining dots. As the officer has said, I think the opportunities that exist at Massey University are described in the FDS broadly, and that's effectively where Massey is at the process at the moment. They actually met with one of their senior officers this morning, and they're still, they haven't even started preparing an overall master plan for the future development of the campus yet. It's still very early days, and I think the FDS reflects that. So in short, I don't think there's a need to formally do anything with those 21 submissions other than, the conversation we've just had.
All right. Okay, that one is covered. So we're now through to the report itself, the deliberations report, and the meaty part of the meeting. So back to you, Keegan and Leanna.
Cool, thank you. I suppose what I'll do is probably hand over to Leanna Shirley to introduce, I suppose, some of the key thrust of where we are in terms of where the future development strategy sits and its influence over other subsequent work, and then I'll look to tidy off, I suppose, some of the rats and mice elements. I'll leave to you, Leanna.
Thank you. Morena koutou. So the future development strategy, as we all know, is an overarching strategy. It's directed through the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. This represents a joint effort from Palmerston North City Council and Horizons Regional Council as Tier 2 local authorities. So the deliberations report prepared and presented today covers all of the submissions, including those 7 late submissions, and provides officer recommendations and responses in relation to those. A couple of points I would like to make are that the future development strategy is at the sort of the top of the decision-making funnel in terms of a lot of other work that needs to happen. It guides urban development and growth in the city, and will help guide those future planning decisions both at the district and regional council level, specifically around plan changes. It is a 3-year cycle, so the next version of the future development strategy will need to be prepared in time to inform both councils' long-term plans. So you can expect that this is sort of a rolling document that gets updated reasonably regularly, and we will also be required to prepare an implementation plan. So it might be just getting a bit ahead of the game, given that we're still in the deliberations process, but I thought it would be helpful to outline sort of the process from here. So I think that covers everything. It's got a 30-year period, despite it being updated every 3 years. It has a 30-year outlook, which is appropriate, and I will hand over to Keegan to cover over any other detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Leanna. So in terms of our responses to a number of submission themes, you'll find a number of officer responses do refer to other processes, and that just highlights the nature that this is a document that informs further work. So there are a number of submissions in each of the appendices. What are we looking at? 1 to 9, where we refer to specific district plan changes. That's where we do a lot more detailed assessment at the area-wide level, just acknowledging that a lot of the maps and the information that informs the maps, in the future development strategy do sit at quite a high and indicative level, or are relying on modelling that does indicate where further work should be done. So in and of itself are a little bit limited in terms of its reliance on making authoritative decisions on growth areas. An example being is, I suppose, the 1 in 50,000 scale, I believe, with respect to the highly productive land maps. We'd expect future work such as mapping work, detailed mapping work around potential growth pressures in the region that Horizons will conduct with other territorial authorities like ourselves to interrogate that a little bit further to have better information. And that will come at a timely point in our 3-yearly review. The likes of flood-prone areas, we'd expect that there's future flood modelling in the future that will give us more detailed information to inform other plan change processes. And so what we might find in the next 3 years is that there's more detailed information that will either bring growth areas online, offline, or change the scope, the scale or extent of those, or possibly the timing in terms of any complex infrastructure implications. We also refer to other processes that are currently on track. So we've got a citywide vegetation framework. We've had that since around about 2016, 2017. We're expecting to review that. We're prioritising resource for that as a Postal City Council. There are a number of matters such as what's the impact of the city's growth on urban heat island effect, for instance, which we'd expect, or the likes of impacts of growth internally in the city on the tree canopy cover. And we'd expect to be able to interrogate those a little bit further in a more discrete exercise like the city-wide vegetation framework that can then inform future development strategies in the future. So this is very much a starting basis. And then also there's some reference that officers have made with respect to a future stormwater strategy, and that's at a city-wide scale. So we've done a fair bit of work in terms of modelling the existing city extent for our medium density zone that's in draft. We've done some discrete modelling in our greenfield growth areas, but to do a bit more of an overarching strategy to guide our collective stormwater approach, as both Horizons and PNCC will be needed given the growth pressures that we're going to be seeing in the next 30 years. That's currently been initiated. In terms of what that work looks like, I myself as an officer aren't too close to that work, but we have expected that there are a number of concerns that have been flagged through submissions that can help to inform the scope of that work. The benefit of this future development strategy is it gives us some early insight in some cases towards what the public or community views are with respect to certain growth areas that might not have got to just yet to the formal consultation point through the RMA process. And so those can be factored in terms of those views into that process. That is helpful for us. In terms of additions or removals to these growth areas, or the growth extent that we've proposed in the balanced option, there are about 4 or 5 growth areas that have been signalled through submissions, 2 which we are agreeing with and recommending removal, and 4 that we're recommending addition. We can work in terms of explaining those a little bit later during question time in terms of how we've approached those. But I suppose we're acknowledging that a number of the growth areas that we're recommending addition to the future development strategy do have constraints to them that are yet to be explored, particularly around flood constraints or highly productive land constraints. And we do feel like this future development strategy doesn't put the cart before the horse as far as interrogating those, but it sends a signal as to we support the merits of those growth areas, subject to them actually passing through some pretty critical fatal flaw tests in the future. How I would recommend through the chair is in terms of how we approach questions and answers, given how meaty this document is, as I might open to the chair to request general questions about the FDS for us to respond to up front. Anything that wouldn't necessarily have been neatly covered off in attachments 1 to 9, which are structured around specific parts of the document itself, and then move through each of those tables in attachments 1 to 9 in terms of any relevant points that officers might want to make at that point, and then any questions for that, and then arrive at the end of the process to make some decisions, if that's clear enough.
Crystal, thank you. All right. I'll go to Councillor Johnson first.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Keegan, Leona. would be grateful if you could just clarify one of the, I think maybe misunderstandings that came up through submissions around the level of prescriptiveness that's in the FDS and the significance of something being in or out of the FDS at this stage and what that might mean for any future plan change. I think I have an idea, but I think it's good that you also state it publicly.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Yes, we acknowledge that we've tried to provide as much granularity as we possibly can within terms of setting expectations to the community with these variety of maps, particularly the infrastructure maps. These are in advance of actually doing detailed work in district plan changes, so they would be subject to change in terms of whether they're appropriate or the extent or timing. With respect to how the document itself actually sits on a policy hierarchy, when we actually go to recommend decisions to a panel of commissioners to make the yay or nay or a little bit in between in terms of rezoning. This document under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development is required to have regard to in a process. That is different to give effect to. Give effect to, in my words, is a must. Have regard to is a make sure you consider it and you consider the merits of a future development strategy when you're preparing a plan change. That's important for us because that allows us to actually provide a lot more indicative work in this future development strategy rather than being too conservative about only what we definitively know. So we can be a bit more transparent in this document as a result. Sorry.
Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarity about the FDS and to those submitters that either put in a submission to this process or to the LTP. I just think a point of clarity so that they know going forward what they submitted to and how they're going to get communicated to going forward. Because some communicated to this process and some communicated to another, and how are they going to get a communication coming back if they didn't communicate to this process? If you can just, as the owner of this process, can you communicate that out clearly so that people know what they're going to get communicated back? Is that a clear question for you?
I can attempt the answer and you can come back to me if I've misinterpreted it. So thank you, and Councillor Harpiter. So I suppose up until now, the preeminent kind of communication flow with, say, affected landowners or whatnot through a specific growth area has been through the preparation of the plan change. I would expect that to still be the case in terms of the preeminent communication channel. We have a number of communication channels with particularly our greenfield growth areas where we can identify clearly the landowners that need to be kept up to date. We have communicated through email, our email databases, that the future development strategy, the long-term plan and the development contributions policy are relevant to their interests in those growth areas, and that would recommend that they submit. So there has been a number of submitters that have submitted on both, some with respect to the FDS as far as the extent and projected timing of need for those growth areas in the FDS, and then more around the nuts and bolts of enabling infrastructure and the timing of that in the long-term plan. So we do expect that we'd be able to round off the results of this future development strategy process in terms of what's been changed since they saw the draft and its implications on future plan changes after this is made operative.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chair. So those that didn't put a submission into this process but did to the LTP, will they still get communicated to? Just to try to understand your response.
If we have their contact information already through their signing up of email, the email databases for those growth areas in particular, if that's in their interest, then definitely, yes. I wouldn't be too sure, myself, in terms of if they haven't signed up to those communication channels.
I'll just ask the Chief Planning Officer to speak.
Yeah, just through you, Mr. Mayor. One thing we can do is, obviously anyone who's formally submitted on the FDS will get a letter that links them through to the decisions that this committee makes. one thing we can do is put a ring fence around those other 21 and make sure that they're also, the letter that goes back to them on the LTP, references or provides a link through to the deliberations decision on the FDS. Just more broadly, I would say in terms of implementation, the scale of future work flagged in this FDS is significant. There'll be planning processes that play out over the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. So, for instance, when we're working with Te Utanganui versus Kaka Tangiata versus Ashurst, there'll be discrete stakeholders that we need to work with on a more project by project basis, and that will happen. I think it's been flagged through the process that there's a couple of areas where we need to pay particular attention to our communications. One is the Te Wanaka Road residents and the other being Ashurst. So that is something the team will take on board and make sure that as we're advancing those pieces of work, and there's a commitment to engage more directly with those Te Wanaka Road residents. So I think the answer is twofold. One is we'll make sure that they get formal notification of the decision. The second is that when we work with landowners in terms of implementing this, there will be, there's opportunities to participate in plan changes, and there's a couple of areas we need to up our game.
All right, thank you. Chair Kidwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just building on Lorna's question around how the FDS fits in, and that's helpful to understand the hierarchy and the give effect or give regard to distinction. My question is probably looking at it from the other side, is we heard from submitters about, I think the term used was that it was a death sentence, or while they waited to find out what happened. So I'm trying to understand if there are things in the FDS that impact on people's property and their ability to have certainty moving forward. What can they read into it? So if they're in an area that's highlighted as for a potential plan change coming up, what certainty do they have, or is it essentially putting it in the FDS means they're now in a bit of a holding pattern, no man's land, while we wait for the next part of the process?
Thank you, Chair Kewell. I may call on our Chief Planning Officer or City Planning Manager to mop up any of my answer, but I'll give it an attempt. So there is an element to being put in a holding pattern if you're expecting that you've been identified in, say, year 30, which is quite a way away. The certainty that we provide is that we would seek to do further investigation to have that clarity there. That also provides, I suppose, possible leverage in future submissions that those landowners might want to make in terms of advocating for the timing of work to be undertaken for those areas through the funding of that in the long-term plan. So you would have seen that possibly feature in a number of submissions for Area C of Te Utanganui, where they're in a bit of a position where they're, say, 8 to 10 years away in terms of where we intend to need that land for future growth. That's not so close to start work, say, come 1 July, when the long-term plan's approved to undertake investigations, but it's close enough that they may consider that limits their options for selling their land or doing, say, future, and often one that comes up is, can I do things such as improve my property without it being a bit of a sunk cost that doesn't get recovered. So they've advocated, some of those submitters have advocated to bring the investigation work forward to then knock out any areas that are definitely appropriate for that growth or are possibly not going to fit that. I'll, through the chair, add to the Chief Planning Officer to make comment.
Just, thanks, Keegan. Through you, Mr Mayor. One thing I would say is, the first thing is we feel for those landowners that are identified, for growth in the 20 to 30 year window, because it is a difficult position for them to be in. The comment I would make is that the requirement to do a future development strategy falling out of the NPS is a relatively new requirement under the RMA. And it's an element of 30-year planning is a little bit of you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So in previous times, we didn't do 30-year growth projections and planning, and we'd we'd go away and we'd work out some areas to rezone, and we'd turn up to somebody's property and we'd say, hey, here it is. We think we're going to rezone your property. It came as a bit of a surprise. However, the flip side of that is, and there were negative consequences and connotations associated with that. The flip side of doing 30-year planning is you go public with that, and it indicates broadly where we're going to grow and how we're going to grow in the areas, and that creates uncertainty for those people. So either mechanism creates uncertainty. The reality is there's a direction for us to do 30-year land use planning, put that into the FDS. The reality is we can't zone all of that land at once. We can't provide infrastructure to that all at once, and there's some staging. So it is really, really difficult for those landowners in that sort of 15 to 30-year window. However, under this system, at least they know that there's an indication that that could happen. But it doesn't, I appreciate, resolve the uncertainty and tension for them in the short term.
Just through the chair, I think if I could just add to that, we've had some very real examples of that uncertainty when we went to extend the Northeast Industrial Zone in about 2014, 2015. So previous to that extension, we'd rezoned the original Northeast Industrial Zone in 2004, and we had residents at that time on the MDC boundary at Richardson's Line who were looking across the road, seeing all that industrial development. And all indications were that industrial growth would end up reaching them eventually. And we went through a boundary line adjustment and brought that land into the city. I guess I had ongoing communications with those people, and they were trying to order their lives and make decisions, and it was difficult for them. We worked through and rezoned that land about 5 years later, and some of those landowners stayed put, and they're still living there. Some of those landowners have sold and got some fairly good money for their properties. So the motivations of landowners in that case over a 10 or 15 year period some have sold and gone, some have stayed and are still there. Yes, there are very real implications for those landowners in terms of them ordering their lives, and we recognise that. I guess for council officers, it's just a matter of keeping in contact with those landowners and having ongoing conversations with them and updating them in terms of where the process is around plan changes and those sorts of processes.
Thank you. So just going back to your point, Keegan, about how some of the submitters had requested parts of those processes be sped up so that we can determine or lessen the period that the uncertainty exists for. So I'm thinking in Area C, because there are, it's not a big flat area, there's a lot of complications in that space, and so there might be some properties that won't remain in Area C. What are the steps that can be taken or will be taken to speed up that process, if there are any?
Through the chair. So I suppose the advantage of the master planning process in terms of identifying the 30-year growth path is it allows us to, in some instances, have the scope of some technical assessments to be appropriately scaled across the entire master plan area, so from years 1 to 30 in terms of that growth. Let's say, for instance, a cultural impact assessment, which is more appropriate to do at that entire part of the rohi as opposed to just, say, areas A and B, because the information is possibly going to come out very similar in terms of aspirations and identification of sensitivities. So there's some of those reports that can be done at that scale that are going to advantage the early staging as well as the other staging. Where we have limitations, I suppose, is the more detailed, say, stormwater strategic assessments, wastewater servicing, and other more site-specific kind of technical assessments. So, without rabbiting on, there's the scale of some assessments that we would naturally have to do at that area scale that capture all three stages of an area, like Te Tanganui, that can assist with some of that early identification of what's in and out in say area C, D, E.
So at the very least, by the next review of the FDS, there should be a clearer timeframe as to which investigations are happening when. Would that be a message that can go back out?
Yes, I'd expect so. Yeah.
All right. Councillor Gordon.
Kia ora, thank you, Mia. Just touching on that previous question, there's some mention of the implementation plan that needs to be developed. Could you just elaborate a little bit around what that includes? I wondered if that would include some of the matters around sequencing and timing and potentially giving landowners more certainty, but that might not be the case. The scope of the implementation plan, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll quickly cover that. So the MPS for urban development is quite open about what the implementation plan might cover and what the process might be. So to answer your question, I think that yes, it would cover some of the staging and some of the more of the detail around what can and can't be done to inform the next FDS. The implementation plan needs to be done annually. So to capture any of that work or anything further that might happen in the next few years. So I think we, I don't want to speak on behalf of all of us, but pretty open to process and what that might cover. Some other councils have already gone through the implementation planning process. We might look to that to help guide as well. I don't know if you want to add anything, Keegan.
Probably just to add, there are a number of the submission things which you would have seen in appendices 1 to 9 where we do make reference to. That's probably more of an appropriate thing to factor into the implementation plan, just to give a bit of a flavour in terms of what we're initially expecting to cover off with that.
Thank you. And my second part of the question would be in terms of what are the expectations for the public in terms of their involvement, or landowners, with development of the implementation plan? I think I read in the report here that there isn't a requirement for engagement with community under the NPS in terms of the development of the implementation plan, but nonetheless wondered what the City Council and of course the Regional Council intend to do in terms of engaging with the community on that.
Through the chair, I suppose not discounting the fact that the FDES implementation plan is not the only process working concurrently alongside plan changes. So we'd, through the engagement in plan changes with landowners, we'd also expect that kind of engagement would feed into what we do with that implementation plan. I suppose one example is there's high interest both from submissions in the future development strategy as well as the long-term plan around the timing and any possible disagreement around the timing of infrastructure to enable greenfield growth. Let's say in the instances of the Kiki Whenua residential area, Ashurst growth areas and the likes. And so there's possible options for being able to just keep track of that on an annual basis in terms of how that growth infrastructure is being enabled. And so then by the time you get to a housing and business needs assessment in terms of tracking supply and the enablement of supply, and then further the future development strategy, we'd have a fairly clear idea every year as to whether our assumptions from those previous versions are actually being realistic moving forward, if that answers the question.
Thank you. And if I may, Mia, I have mentioned I may have a couple of amendments I'd like to suggest. They're quite general in their nature. Would now be an appropriate time to put those, or would you like me to wait?
Well, if there are amendments, we have to take them first. But we're still in questions at this stage, but...
That's fine. Just let me know when you'd like those.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. That is questions at this stage. Is there anything else you want to go through, speak to?
The only thing was I possibly missed that when we get to each other subsequent stage of questioning, we do have a couple of maps available in terms of if we want to see the extents of constraints and those growth areas that are either requested to be added to or excluded. So I've got a HTML code ready to zoom around when we need to. Otherwise, happy to move to the the next attachment, Chief Planning Officer.
Okay, back to you, David.
Yes, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. One just very minor clarification. I think on the back of the foodstuffs lawyer and presentation, I think we started to talk about that the role of the national policy statements and the hierarchy is about shall have regard to. I've double checked the legislation. It's actually in accordance with. So district plans have to be prepared in accordance with a national policy statement. So the hierarchy is give effect in accordance with have regard to. So it's in that middle, which is in accordance with. So for instance, the district plan must give effect to the one plan. However, it needs to be in accordance with a national policy statement. So if you're after the reference, it's section 74(1)(e).
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
I'm just checking that the process going forward is that we're going to sort of open up table 1, have the officers comment, ask questions, then put any amendments to table 1 and move through like that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
That's what we're
thank you.
doing. Okay. All right. So we've done the catch-all, or the, I should say, the introduction. So now we're going to look at recommendations in table 1. So I'll come back to you, Keegan.
Cool. Thank you. Just for the purposes of navigation, I'm probably going to refer to item 5, attachment 1. It does cover off our responses to submission themes where we haven't recommended a change to the future development strategy, just in terms of adding the committee's questions around whether there's any challenge to that. Starting off with a fairly simple one, I'd hope there's only one change that we've recommended, and that is a minor tweak to one of the definition criterion for well-functioning urban environments, just to recognise both the needs that were expressed from the Pacifica community and also some more general reference in terms of all cultures. We had looked at Rangitane o Manawatu submission in terms of some of the requests that they made, and we've tested with Cultural Advisor as well in terms of this recommendation. So we're recommending to replace the criterion of Māori have the ability to express their cultural norms and traditions, including papakainga options, which I do believe was clipped from the standard definition from the NPSUD, and we're just making a slight tweak to Māori and other cultures have the ability to express their cultural norms and traditions. We'd expect that still recognises our obligations under the Te Tiriti o Te Waitangi, but also recognises some of the other unique needs in some parts of our community. You could see that we've dropped off the wording of papakainga in that recommendation, and that's because in some of the criterion in the iwi and hapu aspirations section, it does already cover off aspirations around Māori development, including papakainga, so we believe it's still present and acknowledged. Unless Liana has any other kind of points to raise, we're open for questions through the chair.
Okay, thanks, Keegan. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this was a question that I did raise, and I was told that the needs of Pacifica are acknowledged in the Housing Business Needs Assessment, which inform the FDS. But if we're not specifically mentioning Pacifica, we're just saying and other cultures, is there no other specific reference to Pacifica in the FDS?
Just from memory, there isn't with respect to the actual FDS document itself. There is with respect to, in terms of the Housing Business Needs Assessment, which does acknowledge the difficulty in terms of the, say, average household size shrinking, if you were to take the average statistically, versus when you break that down by culture, there's quite a polar difference in terms of the need for intergenerational housing and larger homes. So I suppose we're expecting that providing through a different there are different housing options in terms of type, cost, and location. Does imply some of the need in those specific cultures, as well as this recommendation.
Yeah, I do understand that. I accept your answer. I'm just wondering if when people, specifically a specific cultural group has submitted to request that their needs be included, and then we don't subsequently even refer to them by name, whether that's a sufficient response. I mean, I understand you don't probably want to get into the situation of listing, a whole lot of cultures, but then Pacifica do have a special place, I suppose, as our Pacific neighbours, as opposed to any other culture that one might want to list. I don't know whether you think that they should be included under Maori, Pacifica and other cultures.
I'm hearing you, councillor. I'll get the officers' feedback on that.
Yeah, I don't want to be.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have just done a quick look through the draft document that was notified, and there is a section in Appendix 2 around our growth demand and capacity that specifically references the fact that we are likely going to need larger homes for Māori and Pacifica households who tend to prioritise multi-generational living in larger households, and notes that while we have an oversupply of 4 to 5 bedrooms currently, these are mostly in a higher price range, which isn't ideal. So there are a few other references within the document, as you mentioned, within the growth scenario planning and assessment of growing up, growing out and growing in as well. So whether that's to a level that you are comfortable with, I'll leave to you to talk to.
Well, I probably can't comment at this stage, but yeah.
But if I could perhaps ask a question in the same vein, it wouldn't be a biggie to add the word Pacifica in between Māori and other cultures.
Through the chair, no, apart from the precedent risk that Councillor Johnson recognised.
Okay.
We are actively monitoring, I suppose, that through that housing business needs assessment, and I suppose one thing that submission specifically had highlighted to us is some further engagement that we can do through that process to make sure actually the statistics are acknowledged meaningfully.
Okay. Councillor Te Kenehi.
Kia ora. I just needed to get some clarification in this area too. Is there any mention of the connection between papakainga housing and larger houses?
I'm not sure if, I'm not sure if specifically in relation to the need for papakainga and larger houses. Papakainga is talked about in the initial part of the document, which talked about the iwi aspirations, but yeah, not that I can see in the document itself.
No, that's good. I then are trying to get my head around where larger houses do apply, and for that matter, co-joint houses where houses are built side by side or even joining. And because that's what I thought was being submitted.
Through the chair. So I suppose a bit more of a detailed question is, to date, what we typically experience is that papakainga is, in this district, enabled through our multi-unit housing rules in the residential zone, particularly because we see, I suppose, collectively see a lot more of an opportunity of urban papakainga as opposed to more traditional rural ones that you might see in other rohi. And so that does provide a lot more scope for unique configurations of housing, whether that be closer to co-housing models or larger homes mixed with smaller homes, as opposed to necessarily just multi-unit only being smaller homes. So outside of the future development strategy, we do see in the operative district plan providing for that pathway. An example of that being the Botanical Road development that Te had developed a couple of years ago.
Okay, all right. Are there any further questions to number one, table, or A, table one? All right, there being none, we will look to deal with this one first, and I'm happy to move table one, but with the addition of Pacifica into the officer's recommendation of Māori, Pacifica and other cultures. If I could have a seconder, thank you, Councillor Johnson. And look, if I think the questioning that came through there, and also the submissions and those that were in the chamber, it wasn't just one person doing this, it was literally hundreds. And their plea was, as there has been a push to go to smaller sections, smaller homes, there is also a need for that community that lives in an intergenerational model of some bigger houses, and it forces overcrowding. The current model that we've got is not conducive to them. So they were making a plea to us to not forget them, and they're a reasonable part of our community in terms of size. So I think it's only right that we acknowledge them and right up front, and I admit that it probably sets a little bit of a precedent, but I'm okay with that. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support that, and I was thinking along the same lines. I think it's really important when groups come and present about needs that are specific to them and their particular way of life, that we recognise them by name. I understand that they would have been included under other cultures, but I think it's fair to say that Pacifica have a specific and special relationship in a way that obviously not as treaty partners, but as our Pacific neighbours, in a way that maybe other cultures don't have. So whilst I'm happy to see other cultures acknowledged and understanding that there are other cultures that live in an intergenerational way and would also benefit from larger houses, I think it's only fair to acknowledge the Pacifica submission by referring to Pacifica by name in the document, and I think it's important that people see themselves represented in these documents, and particularly it's only recently that we've started to get submissions from Pacifica. There were many years where they didn't feel, perhaps there wasn't a level of trust that they had a voice, and so I'd really like to see this. I don't think it's too much to ask that they be referred to by name and put into the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. And to our other colleagues, this is the time when you can make any comments on the specific part of the recommendation. So look, there being no more, just to write a reply, I totally agree with you, Councillor. I mean, Pacifica, this is not their normal environment in here, and it is quite, it can be quite overpowering for people coming into a chamber like this and trying to advocate for your community or yourself or your business. So I think it's only right that we acknowledge them, and they are a large community of nearly 5,000 and growing. So I think I think it's only wise that we and right that we acknowledge them in name. So on that, we will vote, and we're just voting on number one. In terms of recommendations, we will look to take recommendations. We'll go through the tables, and there may be some changes like this. But in terms of catch-all recommendations, we'll do those at the end, because they may be already covered for within the particular tables as we go through. So that's where I plan to take those. So we're just going to vote on table 1 only at the moment. So if you please vote. Okay, that has passed 6 votes for and none against. Thank you. Okay, we move through to the second, which is around to N as recommended in table 2, and I'll come back to the officers to speak to this, please.
I'll just acknowledge that with respect to growth opportunities, we hadn't made any officer recommendations, so happy to take any questions on both growth opportunities and the growth constraints. Growth constraints make some recommendations in table 2, just to cover off that. A number of the growth opportunities we'd mainly considered were either out of the sphere of control of an FDS or councils, both collectively, or were already covered generally under the current growth rate proposal, if you will. Right, so I'm just reading attachment 3, so the table on growth constraints. I'll just go through possibly just briefly recommendation by recommendation. On some consultation with our GIS team, we believe that we could do some better work on a couple of the maps related to the state highway network as a constraint, just to recognise the community severance risk that is possibly apparent in the existing and future state highway network. That came on the back of some concern from particularly Bunnythorpe residents, but also applies to the Kakatangiata growth area and Aokotiri growth area, as well as others. We would need to possibly work with the New Zealand Transport Agency to just appropriately recognise those in the map, but that wouldn't create any kind of binding of decision making to either council. It just highlights some further investigation, which we would generally expect anyway. With respect to some acknowledgement of natural landscapes and native ecosystems in the FTS, we do acknowledge that there's not a significant number of kind of maps that do recognise that, and so we've done some further digging, and there is some work that we can pull from a landscape inventory that breaks the city down into specific landscape units. We've also had some conversations with some of our biodiversity team at Horizons around some of the information that they already hold in terms of native bush remnants, known wetlands, and say that with a little k in terms of known. The National Policy Statement through freshwater management would expect to highlight a whole lot more that aren't obvious through the plan change process. And also covering off some of the submitters 50 and 75's theme around recognising some of the natural stream network, which is already recognised, I suppose, in some of the constraints of Te Utanganui, but not at the FTS level. So we think we can do a new constraint that looks at those landscape matters. With respect to reverse sensitivity risks on industrial and rural activities, so we're looking at Officer Recommendation D on page 2 of attachment 3. There is an opportunity for us to, I suppose, hit a lot of birds with one stone with one map. So we recognise that there is constraints with respect to the relationship between growth and the state highway network, with respect to the rail network, but it stops there in the document. We could look at some of the currently known or anticipated industries that are in locations which are maybe close to existing or future residential areas that may have to have some further work done around mitigation measures such as transitional zoning, let's say for instance, Hokowhitu residential areas, that case, or look at things such as buffer zones and the likes. Now, we're not proposing any mitigation measures in terms of our recommendation of that new constraint for reverse sensitivity risks. We're just saying highlight the actual location of those areas of concern for further investigation. With respect to area, Officer Recommendation E, there's a significant amount of recommendations in transparency submission, so we haven't necessarily listed all of those. We've just bundled that into this one recommendation here to just more specifically recognise the national grid infrastructure. I think their concern was more about whether it was a bit confusing to the reader around what's national, what's local in terms of a network. Through hearings, there was some concern from a number of the submitters later in that day about the lack of recognition of the national gas network, which we do acknowledge isn't present in the future development strategy. And in most cases, it is a bit of a structure plan design matter when we go into, say, greenfield growth areas. So it does often get considered at the rezoning level, but just for the essence of clarity, we thought that we might recommend adding to the national grid section on electricity to actually have that cover off the national gas assets as well. With respect to Officer Recommendation G, just doing more text to recognise the reverse sensitivity effects of the national. So obviously we don't want to go into too specific detail because it may run out of date in 3 years' time, but we just want to recognise the National Environmental Standard for electricity transmission structures. Recommendation H. So this was on the back of a submission from one of our housing tenancy partners, recognising that actually the market itself is possibly a constraint sometimes when it comes to delivering certain outcomes. I suppose I kōrero earlier about the needs of Pacifica being a casualty to that. Where we need affordable larger homes for intergenerational housing, but that does run a little bit against the grain in terms of how the market can reasonably respond. And I suppose what we were suggesting in Officer Recommendation H is just to recognise in a text form as some of the influence that councils have or the limitations of that influence in terms of market approaches. Often there's a lot of requests that are, I suppose, within the scope of the Building Act, which we administer but do not control. And there's other limitations in terms of it's a lot easier, I suppose, to provide reduce minimum lot sizes for smaller homes. It's a lot harder to use some of those district plan controls to encourage larger homes. And so there's some text there to recognise some of those limitations there. There was one submitter that was interested, I suppose, in terms of at what point do we reach a tipping point in terms of our ability to take solid waste in the city. Just acknowledge that that's quite a general citywide constraint rather than any specific area of town in terms of growth extents. But we have had some quite timely response from the operator of Bonnie Glen landfill to give us some context in terms of their projected capacity for solid waste out there. I suppose one thing that it does help to highlight is that part of, as well as other things, it highlights our relationship to growth in other territorial authorities in terms of competition for the same landfill space. So that was recommendation I. Recommendation J on page 5 of attachment 3, making some minor, in our view, minor text to just recognise developer agreements as an opportunity for expediting outcomes for growth areas. I think you saw through LT Projects Limited some desire to make sure that there was a bit more collaboration in terms of unlocking infrastructure growth. sometimes our quantums and timing can't always match up with when we anticipate developers to want to develop, so that provides a bit of a stopgap measure. As well as our other income streams that we currently consider through the PNCC long-term plan. Recommendation K was primarily in response to New Zealand Transport Agency, obviously central government's changing priorities and directions in terms of funding, and this recommendation recognises that there is that pressure. Can't necessarily guarantee there's always going to be money there. Recommendation L is just to be a little bit more granular to recognise avoidance and mitigation measures in terms of its investigation as in terms of its appropriateness to that section there. That was in response to submitted number 88, which was Manawaroa, or second chapter partners, sorry, that presented on the alternative growth area west of the Kiwi Rail Hub in Te Utanganui. There was a minor amendment that was picked up by submitter 88, which we've just factored into Officer Recommendation M, if that's right, Liana. That was with respect to the notation of the flood protection extent, or modelling extent. M.
Yeah, sorry, that was just a minor error within the notified document that the inadvertently picked up, and so that just needs to be referenced, changed to map 28 rather than map 30.
Thought we'd mop that up just since it got raised or picked up in submissions. And then the aggregate association, so I don't remember the actual name, submitter number 96, just wanted some acknowledgement of aggregate inquirying in terms of the future development strategy, some quite helpful statistics that we thought were quite interesting. I suppose one recognition is that, you know, the further out you have to source your aggregate, it does have some significant cost to development, and so just recognising in our physical, other geographical and other physical constraints, some text around the need for that. We hadn't recommended going to the extent that they possibly requested in terms of recognising sites to protect as a resource in the FTS document, and that was just acknowledging that those aren't guaranteed in terms of their ability to be consented and whatnot. And then can save our breath a little bit now because the rest no change.
Yeah, that's it. So that's table 2, and a number of questions, but I'll kick off. Just on that aggregate one, because I know with Te Turanga, you know, the aggregate was being dragged from the Waikato, Wellington, and very little was being taken from here. And it's not only the cost, but it's actually the I suppose the reverse sort of emissions and all of those issues that are into it. So you talk about having enough there for housing and possible commercial activities, but does it cover everything, or is it? Your officer comment here. I mean, you get into specifics around 103,000 tonnes. What happens if there's a ring road in year 3?
I suppose we've taken the estimations from the submitter in terms of that 103,000 tonnes being demand. We haven't done any analysis with respect to whether supply is able to be sourced locally, and I suppose the competing pressures in terms of capital projects and things. So I suppose in the essence of time, it might be something that we might be interested in engaging further with the Aggregate Association for the next future development strategy, but we wouldn't have had time this round, unfortunately.
Okay. So look, just going back to the start with B around Bunnythorpe, and I'm just thinking of optics and being wise here, we consistently get told that we're putting the road through the middle of them, and we know that's not happening. So should we, and I realise that you're showing maps, and we've just got to be careful with lines on maps because that's where it sort of got taken from. Would we not be wise to say that the future regional freight ring road will not be going through the middle of Bunnythorpe?
If you just provide a bit of time for me to just double check that state highway map, please.
So it's map 34, State Highway Network.
Thank you for your patience. Yes, look, my recommendation would be not to preclude any option in advance of a business case process. Acknowledge that there's some significant disadvantages to the option that you've suggested. What I would possibly recommend is that the line on map 34 that is a little bit presumptive is generalised or reflected in a way that does represent that we don't necessarily know how the regional freight ring road is going to interact with Bunnythorpe Village, so that it doesn't send a presumption that it will take a very direct line through there. But I'll refer through you, Chair, to the Chief Planning Officer.
Yeah, just to add to what Keegan said, I think some change there would be warranted. This is a bit like the you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because if you put it north of Bunnythorpe, then people think it's going to go north. If you put it south, people are going to think it's going to go south, and we don't know where the deviation's going just yet. What we have done with some other ring road maps is dash the line as it approaches Bunnythorpe and goes through and then comes out the other side, which indicates that there's a greater level of uncertainty about the exact route. So, I mean, that is obviously where it's shown is how it's taken out of the Pinity and other documents, but we could, well, my recommendation or advice would be just that it's dashed as it approaches and travels through Bunnythorpe.
All right, I'll leave mine to comments, but I think we need to do more. I'm just signalling, to me it's not enough, and anybody that's sat at this table has been harangued by Bunnythorpe people because it's going through the middle of them, and if we categorically say it isn't, I think that might alleviate a few people. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going into comments myself. A couple of other things. Recognising the national gas network, why wasn't that done at the start? If Transpower and electricity was.
I couldn't comment. Sorry,
Okay,
I'm not sure.
Sorry, through Mr. Chair, I can comment on that. Just, I guess, getting back to a comment that Keegan made earlier, we generally show that on our structure plan map, plan change level. So if you look at the North East Industrial Zone structure plan that guides development out in that part of the city, it shows that line and where the setback needs to be. But I don't think there's any issue with showing that through the FDS. I think that would be advisable.
Yeah, well, it came through a submission where a submitter said we were rezoning some land right in the middle of the grid. So in terms of around landfill capacity, we do have other providers around recycled timbers. Is it just because they're not large? You haven't spoken about that. You just talked about construction waste, which is a big issue, and concrete and crushed outlets, but we don't list anything else. Is that just because they're not established providers, or there's not enough scale there? We're probably going into the weeds a little bit, but
Possibly. I'd probably, I suppose a lot of the text here we were leaning on the recommendation from the provider at Bonnie Glen. Right. So I suppose they probably captured that a scale of the smaller operators, like recycled timber traders, under future changes to recyclables. Yeah, I'm not. I'll take advice in terms of how you want to recognise that if that's relevant.
And just I think it's J, around entering in developer agreements. That's not new territory for us, is it? We've done that many times before. Is that right?
It's not something we've done on the regular. So I wouldn't say that it's a key feature. We've done the odd one. Yeah. So I think there is some learning as we go in terms of these growth areas for using developer agreements as a lever.
Okay, all right. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Keegan and Leanna. Just a question about one of the officer no change responses, which is on page 11 of your attachments, item 5, so page 121 of our agenda. So we had 6 submissions requesting greater emphasis on flood-prone areas as a constraint, and officers have recommended no change. I'm just wondering, given the number of submissions and the levels of concern that have been raised about this, could we not put something a little bit more, I guess, lending greater emphasis into the FDS itself around the constraint of a flood-prone area?
Through the chair, I'll just familiarise myself with the text of that section, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So the submissions comment was on page 11 of your attachment 3.
I suppose officers were comfortable with the, apart from some of the, sorry, 1 second.
I think possibly some of the relief being sought by this submitter might have been addressed through our recommended response to submitter number 18, which was Horizons Regional Council, which comes in on page, I think, 78 of here as well. And that talks about the fact that even with flood protection infrastructure up to a certain level, as you grow and develop, that risk becomes higher because there's potentially more community affected if a stop bank was to breach. And also recognises that there is still a fair bit of work to be done in the future to understand and map that flood risk for those areas. So those responses are in the next table, I think, which we haven't covered yet.
Yeah. No, I saw that there were responses, I think, under AA and some other responses. But I suppose what I have heard is that people are generally concerned about us proposing to develop areas that are flood prone. And I wondered, given that concern that's been expressed, if we needed to acknowledge that more in the plan. So you're saying you don't think we do?
I suppose, given we're anticipating in the next 3 years possibly more detailed flood modelling through Horizons, we don't discount the concern. We're possibly expecting some greater level of detail to inform the next future development strategy review in 2027. I suppose at this stage we're comfortable, but we'd take advice.
All right, thank you. I think other people might have questions about this as well.
Chair Kidwell.
Mine is exactly on this point, although I've got 2 points. One is, first of all, with recommendation L, where there's, to me, that's changing the language in the wrong direction. So I'd like to, at the appropriate time, add the word primarily into that text. So it's saying that Kaka Tangiata and Te Utanganui will address the risk posed by the flood-prone areas by primarily seeking to avoid development within them. because I think it's really important, and this is the Horizons inject.
Sorry, you're in comments, so is this a question to the...
I'm just indicating it's something I would like to
Okay, well,
move in that
you can do that
point.
in comments.
Sorry, can I not do that in the comments section?
You can do it in comments. You can say you want to move something, an amendment.
Yeah, so that's
So
what I'm proposing.
this is just question at the moment. We put questions to the officers. Yeah. So is there a question around that?
Sorry, I need to get the process clear in my head, because what I would usually do is indicate what I intend to do when it comes to the debate.
Yeah.
I'm not quite
You're in the
clear.
wrong part of the meeting. So
So you don't want any indications?
not right at the moment. These are all about questions to the officers.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand if someone moves these, it's then I'd have to do an amendment. I can't indicate that I would like to move.
That's how it works. Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, so my question to the officers is, if we added in the word primarily, does that change the advice that you're giving?
I wouldn't expect so. It's what we would expect to explore in terms of a hierarchy of interventions through a plan change process. So it provides further clarity in terms of that intention. Yes.
I would note it also aligns with the policy direction of the One Plan and was Chapter 9, and now I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, moved around.
With the Plan Amendment 3.
Okay, and so then moving on to the section that Lorna had highlighted on page 121. I think a suggested approach in that space, which I'd be keen to hear the officer's response on, would be on that page 78. If we added some more wording to the bolded text at the start of the paragraph, essentially to the effect of, because we're talking there about the risks and realities of flooding, but adding in the importance of avoiding any increased flood risk. How would that sit if we incorporated that? Because I understand what you said before, Liana, that some of these issues are addressed further down, but it needs to be addressed on page 78 as well. Would that be a suitable way of addressing that point?
Well, we could make those connections to those existing policy positions through the One Plan and the likes that do help to tie that down, if that helps.
So through you, Chair, am I able to ask a question of clarification? Chair Kidwell, you're asking us whether that should actually be in that bolded section, or are you comfortable with it actually sitting in the text on page 78?
I'm suggesting that we add to the bolded section about avoiding any increased flood risk.
Okay. I'm comfortable with what Keegan has recommended.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. A number of the submissions you mentioned the officer response was referring back to other processes, like whether it be a plan change, rezone, or further investigations, etc. Some of those topics mentioned were canopy cover, heat island, streams and wetlands, and I see you've responded to some of those. But it did make me think about the other strategies and plans that the City Council does have, for example, the Eco-City Strategy, the Water Plan, Climate Change Plan, Environmental Sustainability Plan. You have mentioned a citywide vegetation framework and also mentioned the development of a stormwater strategy. So with that in mind, what would be your thoughts on actually making reference to some of those documents within the body of the FDS, perhaps page 8 or 9, so that those submitters can look to that to understand how those other strategies will inform decisions into the future?
Through the Chair, I suppose my recommendation is that it's similar to Transpower's submission in terms of recognising the National Environmental Standard for electricity transmission structures on figure 1, so page 9. We get into that, we start opening up, a master list of every single MPS and NES, as well as then, I suppose, exploding, in the case of your question, exploding the blue and green boxes in terms of the level of plans and strategies that either council consider. What I would, and happy to take some counter suggestion from my colleague Liana. What I would suggest is that there are the odd sections, I believe, like the active transport section and the infrastructure part, where we do make reference to the Urban Cycle Network Master Plan, for instance, specifically, in the body of the text in terms of those certain areas. We might contextualise some of those relevant plans and strategies that allows us to nod to those, but without bulking up, I suppose, pages 8 and 9 of the document.
So in terms of, thank you for that, that's really helpful. So in terms of those submitters that have specifically highlighted things like canopy cover, heat islands, streams and wetlands, I guess the sense that I have from it is that it's not necessarily overall that the FDS doesn't allude to people that through plan change processes and rezoning and further investigations, that those matters will be taken into account. So I just wanted to explore this further, thanks. I guess what, having read the document and heard submissions, I think one of the key takeaways for me was when you referred to specific plan changes and rezoning measures and consultation processes within those, that is you can see how that might appear to be still a piecemeal approach, and the whole purpose of the FDS is to bring that
Sorry,
together.
is there a question, Councillor?
Yeah, so my question is, on that basis, would that change your mind around the relevance of providing reference to other Palms North City Council strategies, particularly around the natural environment?
Through the chair, I suppose take your further clarification. Thank you, Councillor Gordon. What we possibly could nod to, and say sections 8 or 9, recognising that this document is a snapshot in time with the information that we currently hold, and an expectation that there are implementation plans and future reviews to come, is possibly what ongoing investigations or anticipated investigations we expect that this strategy would inform in the future. That makes a nod to those subsequent processes, helps to elevate this in terms of its level on the hierarchy, in terms of what it informs or what it's informed by, but also creates a bit of a review point for the next 3 years' time in terms of, okay, so we said that we would, that this would inform this, this and this, and how's that resulted for this next review?
Okay. Thank you. So just for clarity for me, those strategies I mentioned, are they considered during plan change rezoning processes?
Through the chair, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Through you, can I just provide, through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I want to jump in, but just to provide some clarification. So I think the diagram on page 9 of the FDS, I think summarises quite nicely the role of the FDS relative to the higher order documents and the documents that sit below that. That includes the Palms North City Council plans and strategies that you've been talking about. So, yeah, I mean, it's ultimately it's about how specific we want to be in this document with every, you know, as I'm sure you'll all be aware as elected members, there's a plethora of council strategies, plans in NPSs and NESs, but I think the diagram on page 9 summarises quite nicely the relationship of all of those.
Excellent, thank you. And I do have a couple of other questions.
Okay.
Just to check that the areas identified on the maps for growing up, growing out, growing in are subject to refinement through rezoning and district plan change processes.
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. And also with regard to the submissions on bringing further emphasis on flood-prone areas, and officers again responded around further investigations. So with the constraints maps, they seem to me to be based on, or can I clarify, they are based on the information available at the time the FDS was developed, and so these two will be subject to refinement as new data becomes available.
Through the chair, yes. And I suppose one thing that we've been considering as a minor amendment is to cite the sources of the information for each of those maps, so then it is easy for officers and the public to track back the assumptions of that information at the time.
Excellent. You've just answered my next question, and the data set and modelling used for the maps, and in particular I was going to ask you about map 26, 27 and 33. Two of those are related to flood event water depths for the 50-year, the 100-year, and then of course the highly productive land. So thank you for answering that. Thanks.
Great. Councillor Harpiter.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Thank you, Keegan. I've got a question about page 119. There were 16 submitters that had concerns about the affordability of growth infrastructure, and you had no change there. And then you pointed them towards the concern as addressed on page 71. So I went to page 71, and I couldn't find the answer. Is it 70? Yeah.
Of the strategy, yeah.
Is it of the strategy?
Of the strategy document
Not
itself.
of this document?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a whole appendix there around growth constraints. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Just a follow-up question following Chair Keedwell's indications of potential amendments. Further on, we've got in table 7, is it table 7? Yeah, in table 7, we've got some proposals from officers to swap out areas D and E and instead to include what was referred to as the Bunnythorpe Business Park as a future area of development. And I'm just would like officers to comment if we start adding words like primarily and avoid, are we going to exclude development in Curranga Bunnythorpe Road there, because that is acknowledged as potentially being in a flood-prone area? So, in other words, if we make an amendment now, are we hamstring ourselves for these recommendations to be included later on?
Through the chair, and Liana can mop up any of my response, if that's okay. I suppose the changes requested in terms of that wording doesn't discount the current one plan policy position.
Okay.
So irrespective, it doesn't change what happens today.
All right.
Yeah, just the short of it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Just to add to that, sorry, I think that is an important point, because the one plan policy has a preference for avoidance but provides an option for mitigation in terms of the way in which we manage development in flood prone areas. So we need to make sure that we're careful about the use of the word avoid, because we have to give effect to the one plan, and mitigation is an option within the one plan.
Sorry, if I could just clarify your point there, David. So, are you suggesting that we shouldn't be adding avoid? It's quite a strong word, isn't it, in planning terms?
You need to be very careful. My advice would be, you need to be careful about the use of the word avoid,
Yeah.
and I think that needs to be looked at. I think, as Liana said earlier, alongside the wording that's in the one plan, and I think it's in section 10, around might be 9 now, around the flood hazards.
Okay. All right. We're going to break because I can sense there's going to be possibly some amendments, but I just want to leave you with this as a high level macro document. We're getting into the weeds, people, and we already have other plans that deal with a lot of the stuff we've been talking about. So just leave that over while we have a cup of tea, and then we'll come back and get through things. So we'll be back into the chamber at 11 o'clock. Thank you. We'll get our screen back up. All right, so we're at table 2, and this is B to N as recommended in table 2. So what I'm going to do, colleagues, is move this with a seconder, and then we'll take amendments to it. Thank you, Councillor Harpiter. And then we'll take amendments to it, and then there may be a couple of additions to it as well. So that's how we'll do things. And we'll ask you to speak to your amendment or your additional motion, and as our standing orders, you have the right of reply at the end, while other colleagues have an opportunity to speak to it and indicate their support or no support. So that's how things go. All right, so look, just thank you to the officers in preparing table 2. It's a big table. It does cover a lot of what we're trying to do. But if I could just start, this is our first FDS document, and it is a living piece of work. So it does include regular reviews, and it does have other plans and strategies that work through it. I can't stress enough, it's high level and macro, it's not micro, and we've got to be careful that we don't get too prescriptive on things. It gives effect to the city's vision around small city benefits, but also that bigger city ambition. He iti rā, he iti panamu. And in essence, it's around the city does need development, and we should be in a proactive way, but also a careful and balanced way signalling that. We've seen the growing up, the growing in, the growing out, the village growth, but overall it's that balanced effect that we're trying to do. And I'll just leave it at that, because it is it is very much a catch-all there. So, Chair Kidwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got 2 amendments, or one is amendment and one is an additional motion to add into the table. So the first one is the amendment to L, where I would like to add the word primarily. So where it says, will address the risk posed by the flood-prone areas by primarily seeking to avoid. So that's that amendment. And are you happy if because it's in the same vein, if I put my new one as well and we can speak to them, I can speak to them both together?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Otherwise we'll be here for forever.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, have we got a seconder for? Okay, Councillor Te Kenehi. Yep, thank you.
No, that's not quite correct. By primarily seeking to avoid rather than seeking development.
You've got to put it all in.
Yep. Yep. And the new one is on page 78, at the end of the bolded section. Sorry, I'll just bring the right page up. The bolded paragraph at the top. If we can please add the words, so that the last word is flooding, so put a comma and go, and the importance of avoiding any increased flood risk.
So where is this going? I'm sorry.
Sorry, on page 78
of the strategy.
FDS, yep. You've got the yeah. So you've got the bolded section at the top. So I'm adding a bit to the end of that last sentence there. So, and the importance of avoiding any increased flood risk. Sorry, we haven't. Okay, can we just get my suggested words correct?
Yep, but first of all, is there a seconder to that?
Te Kenehi was
If there's no,
well.
if they have to put their own hands up, Chair Kidwell, not prompting them to So, councillor Kenhay, are you seconding it? Okay, thank you.
Both of them.
Yep.
So can we just get my words correct, please? So it's at the end of the sentence, put "and the importance of avoiding any increased flood risk." Of avoiding. Yes. Any increased flood risk. Okay, and so if I can just speak to that briefly, please. So from a Horizons perspective, I want to ensure that the FDS is consistent with the One Plan, and my reading of it at the moment raises concerns for me that there's an approach that we can just mitigate our way out of flood risk. The One Plan is very clear that the first step is to avoid, and mitigation is a secondary pathway. So I understand that there are other changes made in subsequent sections, but I think on this particular page around flood-prone areas, we need to make sure we're consistent and keep that focus of not increasing risk to our communities by developing in a floodplain if there are other ways that we can do this work. Thank you.
All right, so councillor Johnson, I've got you on the queue. Are you speaking to these?
I've just got a question to officers.
Yeah, I was going to
Is
do the
that
same.
okay? Yeah. Just before we debate and vote on these, this amendment and additional recommendation, I'd just like a comment from officers about how they think that might change things and how comfortable they are with these changes. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Keegan and Liano, John, I may want to add. I think certainly the first one, the amendment, primarily seeking to avoid, I think that is largely consistent with the One Plan, because the One Plan has a preference for avoidance, but mitigation is option. So primarily seeking to avoid puts that emphasis on avoidance, or the preference on avoidance. And then the second one, the additional motion and the importance of avoiding, it doesn't say that. My reading of that is that we're not only focusing on avoidance, it's just saying that avoidance is important, but mitigation is still an option. So yeah, and sorry, the one plan has a preference for avoidance, so I think that indicates that it is important because it's a preference. But any rezoning application needs to give effect to the One Plan, which provides an option for mitigation, which would still exist. So, so in short, I think those two amendment and addition are okay.
All right. There's no other comments? Is there any other amendments? Because we will, on table 2. Okay, well, while we've got the additional motion there as well, I'll put up my additional motion. And I just need a second for it first, and it's around thank you, Councillor Johnson. And this is around the future development strategy state that in the planning with, and I emphasise the word with, the Bunnythorpe community and the business case for the Regional Freight Ring Road, concerns around village severance will be taken into account. I think it's important to say this, and the reasons why, not only in the FDS submissions, but in our own LTP, there has been several submissions around the commentary going through us and not around us. And look, it's hard not to perhaps agree with them when they see maps with lines going right through the middle of them and we haven't really mitigated that in any way yet. If we're being truthful in our planning commentary with them and around saying that there will be some village planning with Bunnythorpe, then there's no way we are going to put a major highway through the middle of the village. So we should probably state that here and now. If we don't, then I think this continued dialogue will only continue until it's finally put to bed. And it may be some time before it is put to bed. But I don't think we're not saying anything that we're probably very much, we will be doing this. So, all right. Chair Kidwell, do you want, oh sorry, we've got Councillor Gordon, you've popped in at the last minute.
Thank you, Chair. So I wondered if now would be an appropriate time to put forward an amendment. It's more general than a specific recommendation in the table, but just with regard to the areas that are identified in the constraints mapping, just putting some wording in there that would read: the areas identified for growing up, growing out and growing in are subject to refinement through rezoning and district plan change processes. I just wondered if we could add that in. I'll find a page for you. I had suggested page 8, but I now think that might not be the best option.
Where do you think it is?
Probably on page 71, Appendix 1, Growth Constraints. So on page 72, there is a geographical and other physical constraints are mentioned there. So just wording something similar to say that the areas identified for growing up, growing out and growing in are subject to refinement through rezoning and district plan change processes in regard to the growth constraints. I had initially suggested page 8, but if officers could advise me that might better be placed, I'd appreciate it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, I think a sentence or paragraph to that extent is potentially quite useful. What we could do is just have a think about where it's best placed in the document.
That's right.
I'd be open to suggestions from officers and leaving that with them. If it was agreed today, if it was moved and seconded for such wording to go into the document, I'd be happy to ask officers to put that in the appropriate location.
I understand at the end, after we've been through the table, which deals with the sections, there was going to be any sort of other general changes, and maybe if it's a general change or addition, before we get to them, we can have a chat as a team about where best it sits in the document.
So maybe you just keep your powder dry on that one.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we've got the three. Is there any other recommendation or alters to table 2 from colleagues? If there isn't, other than what's listed there, which is from Chair Kidwell and myself, then I'll just go back to you, Chair, if you'd like to write a reply at all. No. Okay. Yeah, if I'm happy to take all these together if the seconder is, yeah, all right. So what we're going to do, colleagues, is we're going to vote on, as recommended in table 2, including the amendment around the word alterations there, and then the additional motions underneath, and we will vote. All together. It's passed 6 votes for and none against. Thank you. All right. We'll go to our next one, which is table 3, and this is recommendation O, and I'll come back to you. I think you've already probably said most of it previously, but I'll come back to you, Keegan.
Thank you. Yes, so attachment 4, page 128 of the agenda. In the essence of time, we'll just take the table as read and go to questions.
Okay, so this is really around just the concerns around reverse sensitivity, around the Massey campus, and in effect, the ag research site. Is that what we're talking?
That's the one recommendation we've made, yes, and that relates to also recommendation D, so incorporating the ag research concerns within that new constraint to do with reverse sensitivity sites. The rest we're confident are either already covered in the FDS or would be subsequently covered through plan changes.
Yeah, and they'd have to comply, wouldn't they, in terms of their individual application? Okay. Councillor Johnson.
I know that officers have already answered this question, but since it was raised by a submitter, I'm just going to put it out in public, as it were. Keegan, there were requests from some submitters for us to call a halt to greenfields development and not to grow out, in other words. And officers haven't recommended that. The question I asked was, would we be able to meet our growth requirements under the MPSUD if we were to halt greenfields developments?
Through the chair, my advice would be it'd be unlikely, given I suppose the expected uptake that we've seen in terms of construction within our existing growth areas. Growing in is slightly in between in terms of its ability to rezone a number of lots at a certain scale that can then be put into the market to help with alleviate supply concerns at scale, compared to smaller pieces of land disparate across the existing urban environment, which development community have provided some feedback in the housing business needs assessment to say that there are some kind of, with the dimensions of our lots and sizes of our lots, does require a fair bit of amalgamation to enable things like multi-unit development to provide that scale. So comparative to, say, greenfield development, where you can unlock larger blocks of land at a larger scale and pace to then spread out over the years. There are a number of constraints that we're still yet to fully flesh out in terms of the medium density zone that we're drafting, so that being primarily stormwater and overland flow constraints. So our ability to meet future land supply through that zone is yet to be determined, and so there's an ability of a need to kind of hedge our bets in terms of providing for supply.
Okay, thank you. It's good to get that on record.
All right. We have the recommendation there, which is O, as recommended in table 3. I'm happy to move that. If I could have a second, I thank you, Councillor Harpiter. And I think I won't waste too much time on that one. It's relatively academic, so we will vote, please. As passed, 6 votes for, none against. Thank you. All right, we move through to the next one, which is P, as recommended in table 4, and back to you, Keegan.
Thank you. Same as the last table, so we're talking, for me, attachment 5, page 144 of the agenda. No recommended changes, and same as the growing in table, a lot of it's either covered by a watch this space in terms of future plan changes, or is already covered under the FDS.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
I'm not, forgive me if I wasn't listening well, but are we not on table 4 at this point? I thought your comments were about table 5.
Table 4.
Aroha mai, good catch. Got ahead of myself there. So sorry. A bit meatier, this table, so I might just one recommendation is around how we might address 160 Napier Road. I suppose our lack of inclusion of 160 Napier Road in the draft FDS was in recognition that the conversation hadn't necessarily been had at the governance level yet around highly productive land and the weighting against other kind of merits of that site. So generally officers have expected this is a first pass at that. So on the back of the merits that were recognised by the submitter, we've recommended to add 160 Napier Road into the FDS. However, recognising that there are a number of active assessments and constraints that are yet to be fully fleshed out, so those being stormwater and highly productive land tests under that national policy statement for highly productive land. We've bumped it to a medium-term growth area in recognition of that uncertainty, as opposed to the submitter's strong belief it should be a short-term. Had they met those other tests, we might have had the same confidence as them. Yeah.
So Keegan, have they done that testing yet?
They have done some work, some economic assessment to pass through that national policy statement test. They've lodged a private plan change with council officers, and so we're just going through and checking its completeness in terms of meeting that test.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, through the chair, just to provide a little bit more detail to that. Yes, we've received an application. We sent a further information request back to the applicant, requesting more information with respect to addressing the HPL test, sort of legal opinion around what was the type of information that would be needed to be provided by the applicant to meet that test. We've provided that information back to the applicant in terms of the type of information that we require. We're still waiting for that information to come back.
And that's around.
That's specifically around the tests that's required for the MPS on highly productive soils. There's some very rigorous tests that the applicant needs to meet, and we've been very clear to them about what that test looks like and the information that's needed. My understanding at this stage is the applicant has just put a little bit of a hold on that plan change until the outcome of this process, and then dependent on the outcome of this process, they may or may not wish to progress and come back to us with that information.
And Jono, with that, does it have to be a productive farming unit, or is it just you can have 1 hectare of class 2 and have nothing around you and it's still, you can't touch it? Is that what the law says?
The issue we have here is there's not a lot of case law or jurisprudence around guidance around the MPS. The test that is required is incredibly high bar for the applicant to meet. So I won't go into that now because it's incredibly complex. But there has been other applications. For example, Manitou District Council had an application that actually has met that test and gone through the process.
So it was high class soils, but it was a non-productive unit.
Look, I can't comment on the detail around how they addressed that test and how they passed it because I haven't seen it, except to say that it is a tough test to meet, but there has been an application in the region that has passed that test in the past.
Okay, thank you. It's just good to understand that. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions regarding this recommendation. So the submitters, when they submitted, their argument was that we had got the numbers wrong in terms of how many short-term greenfields subdivision sites are available. So what is the council response to that?
Through the chair, I'll probably lean on my manager, City Planning Manager John Ferguson Pye, to respond to that one.
in short, we went away and had another look at the numbers. So the numbers that are relied on in the FDS document relate to the housing business needs assessment, and that data around supply and demand was as of the end of 2022. So when we looked at this question, we went, well, let's just do a very high level analysis around where we are now, given the, back in 2022, we had a certain amount of supply. We've had a number of building consents and development proposals since that time. And the answer to that question at the moment is that we do have a shortage of greenfield supply in the short term. In terms of the overall supply picture, if you look at both greenfield and supply within the existing urban boundary, we still meet our statutory requirements under the MPS, but there is definitely a shortage of greenfield in the short term.
Okay, so then following up from that, does it make any practical difference whether 160 Napier Road is identified as a short-term or a medium-term growing out residential area in the FDS?
Because of, I suppose, where the, sorry, through the chair, because of where the FDS sits in terms of how you consider it for a plan change, my recommendation is that it represents the best information at the time. And so we'd expect that further information that the submitter provides through that private plan change may assist with their ability to demonstrate that it is more infrastructure ready and able to meet the appropriateness tests through that highly productive land MPS to bring it forward to short term.
Okay, so I understand that you don't feel you've got the information to put it in short term, but my question is, if it's not identified as short term in the FDS, does that disadvantage the plan change that they've already lodged?
My advice is that it shouldn't do. I think what's most important is that it's either in or out of the FDS. Sorry. And the timing is a little bit more in relation to how housing and business needs assessments actually demonstrate whether that supply is needed now, and the infrastructure strategy to, indicating that it's serviceable.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I guess I'm not fully on the same page as you on this. I'm just wondering how to ask further questions, but I'll just have a think about it if there's other people. No, if there's no one else who wants to ask a question. I guess I don't quite understand, given that all of these, requirements under the various MPSs, etc., have to be considered in a plan change, why, when a private plan change has already been lodged and officers have acknowledged that this is a suitable site for growing out, why you wouldn't include it as a short-term option for residential growth? Is it? Yeah. Anyway, I'll let you answer that. Sorry.
I'm not saying it's the perfect method. I'm saying it's a method, and the method that we used to determine whether it was short term or medium term was simply, is there still some uncertainties in terms of fatal flaws that would precede its ability to be passed through a district plan change. And so there was a couple of those uncertainties that I've mentioned before, and that's what we used to be prudent and suggest that it should be in medium term. As opposed to relying on it in the next 3 years, which would be bringing it into short term and then possibly run the risk of being disappointed.
Okay, so what else have we got in the pipeline then to address the shortage of greenfield supply in the short term?
Through the chair, maybe I could answer that question. In terms of short-term capacity in greenfields, we've got Whakarongo, we've got Napier Road extension area, we have Matangi, but even in that case, I think the applicant, the representative of the landowners is a little bit pessimistic as to whether that will be short-term supply. We've still got a little bit of capacity out at Okoteri. That's the land that wasn't the existing land outside the PCG area, but we don't have a lot else. And so, our biggest, obviously, our next cab off the rank in terms of supply would, Kikawhenua is the other short-term supply area as well, and then Kakatangiata is a longer-term area. What I would say in terms of 160 Napier Road, I guess it was always a bit of a finely balanced decision as to whether council staff placed that in or not. I think if we just put aside the constraints of that site, but look at it from a broader urban form point of view, so it's right next to the existing urban area. It's got ready access to services. It's close to public transport and the river walkway. So in that respect, you'd probably say from an urban form point of view, it represents quite a nice compact addition to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate getting answers from a range of staff. You know, one possible way forward here is that there could be some additional text added to the FDS that acknowledges that there's a challenge around short-term supply, and that the 160 Napier Road is well placed to address that short-term supply if it's able to pass the first scheduled tests. So rather than saying it's short-term, I think what the staff are saying is, or the officers are saying is, given that uncertainty, we can't hang our hat on it for the uncertainty because of the high-class source, we can't hang our hat on it for short-term, but we can say that it is a useful site for providing short-term supply if it's able to pass that highly productive land test.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, turn myself off. Thank you, David. I think that would be a useful addition. Do you need me to put it up as an amendment?
Yes, please.
Okay, so were the admin staff typing? But basically, the amendment would be that given the acknowledged shortage of greenfield supply in the short term, that 160 Napier Road could be a useful addition to the short-term supply if it was able to meet the, what was it, meet the...
I think what we could say is sorry, my phone.
Is well placed to meet the, I think the words you used were that 160 Napier Road is well placed to address short-term greenfields need, if...
I think we say provided it provided it can meet the it's not just the NPS HPL, but I think if we say provided it meets the first RMA first schedule tests.
Okay.
And then we could say bracket including that NPS HPL.
Yeah. NPS HPL. Yeah. Okay. Well, I will move that as an
seconded by Councillor Happerton. Yeah.
Amendment to P. Thank you. So, given the acknowledged shortage of greenfield supply in the short term...
Sorry, Councillor. It's not me. It's Councillor Johnson, and it's seconded by Councillor Happerton.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Shortage of greenfield supply in the short term, because I think the officer's response was long term, we don't have any shortage of supply. It's how soon are they coming online? It's well placed to address the short term greenfield is provided... Yeah, okay, happy with that. Thank you. Thanks. If officers are happy with that too.
We're just getting some clarification.
I think it would be in addition to. Yeah.
Okay, so this will be in addition to what's recommended in table 4.
Okay, additional.
Okay, fine. So Councillor, do you want to continue speaking to that?
No, I think we've all had enough.
You've done that. Great. Councillor Happerton?
Just a clarification to Jono, if I'm allowed to. Just how many houses were in that short-term supply from Whakarongo Napier Road? I don't know that one that you said, Martin, or whatever it was.
Martinga.
Whiskey Creek. And then you got Kiki Whenua, and then up at Summerhill. How many houses was that? In that short-term supply?
I did answer that question, I think, in the table. Let me have a look.
Oh, sorry.
So currently we've got 251, which is significantly less than what we're saying demand
Okay.
is at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for making you look. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. Just a question with regards to highly productive land, which relates to this. Are there any areas, just thinking about the effect of this, and are there any areas that are currently highly productive land in terms of the NPS HPL definition, that if they are included, because they are included in a future development strategy, will then subsequently no longer be considered highly productive land under the NPS definition? Because is that one of the effects of including some areas now?
Through the chair, I think I can answer that question. Just because a site is included in the FDS does not mean that when we get to plan change stage, it doesn't have to meet the NPS HPL test. So if the site is in the FDS, when we go to plan change process, then that plan change will be subject to the NPS HPL test.
Thank you, and I think that's the point I just wanted clarification on. If you go to the HPL, if you apply that, then one of the things that can exclude an area of class 1, 2, 3 soils from being highly productive land is if it has been identified in a strategy and planning document for future development, hence my question. Does that make sense?
That's correct. My understanding there's a date on that particular clause, and we're past that date now.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right, I'll comment. Look, I'm going to support it. It's an interesting site. Those that know it, it's ring fenced between back fences of Rimahanga Crescent and the old gasworks drain. Yet to be tested, but obviously it does have some reasonable high class soils, probably class 3 to be fair, but we need to understand what that is. It's very close to services, and the owner is keen to do a private land change to get this to help us address some of the short-term needs. I just have to say, for a city of nearly 100,000 people, we are dangerously close to running out of supply, and it does impact prices. It does add to land banking, and this is a new developer to us in this space, so I think it has a lot of positives. They're not Johnny come lately. They've been talking to officers for many years about this, so I'd like to think that we can give this the tick to go to at least the next stage, and I appreciate that it is on highly productive land, or possibly is, but it's totally unproductive, and we've got to run the ruler over that as well. So the city's actually had a really good history of not building over highly productive soils, and I'd have to say some of our neighbours don't have that heritage, and certainly some of our bigger cities don't have that. You just need to go to Pukekohe or to Lincoln and see the building all over the top of class 1 soils. So this is I'd say an exception to the rule rather than a mainstream. So I'd like to think you can support it. Councillor Te Kenehi.
Kia ora. I just want to be sure on what I'm looking at on the maps. Map 31 talks about liquefaction, and am I right in what I see that it's an area that may be prone to liquefaction, and is that just because it's of its soil type?
Through the chair, I can answer that. that map you see is a very, very broad indication. So a plan change would look at the site-specific nature of the site as it relates to liquefaction risk and address that. To give you an idea, you've had a number of plan changes that actually have been on fairly highly liquefiable land, and just in that case, there are provisions that require specific foundation design to manage that risk.
All right. Right of reply to you, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think that this is an important piece of potential land to include in the plan, because it would, if it meets the requirements, it would be able to be developed without huge expense to the city in terms of infrastructure, and as I think as John has said, it would be connected to the city, so it sort of fits quite well. I mean, if you know that piece of land, it's already broken up quite substantially already with the garden sort of centre in the middle of it. Certainly, in terms of its farming potential, I think it's probably quite small. But even if it were, that's not to be determined at this point, I guess is what I'm saying. What's important to determine now is that this would be identified as potentially being a solution to the short-term shortfall that we've got in greenfields, and if not short-term, then at least medium-term. And, we need to just have a view to the wider needs of the city here, where housing affordability is getting away from people, where it's difficult for people to get into their own home, to afford a house. And, apart from the submissions that we've had on this particular item, we've had a lot of submissions over recent times from people, indicating that council just hasn't been moving fast enough to get the sections available. And so here's an opportunity to include this in the plan. And I feel quite strongly that it should be identified. We're not prejudging what would be required at a plan change to confirm or deny its rezoning, but I do think it should be included. We need to acknowledge that we're not well supplied with short-term greenfield sites, and here's an opportunity to address that. So would encourage you to support this.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Right, colleagues, we will vote on what is on the screen there, please. P with the additional motion. And that's passed, 6 votes for, none against. Thank you. Right, moving through to Q, to EE and table 5. Back to you, Keegan.
Thank you. Yes, so attachment 7, page 174 onwards, for the infrastructure component of submissions. There's a number of kind of what we would possibly consider as officers as minor amendments to references in some of the transport and school related infrastructure, where it's a little bit chewier for your eyes is possibly the changes we've made with respect to flood protection structures, where that sits in the document, and some text to support that, and also in terms of the wastewater infrastructure. And I'll open up for questions through the chair.
Thank you, Keegan. So I note there on R that you are looking at the advantages of switching basically the state highway network. Is that right? So the new advantages of with a new freight route, once it's operational, that Rangitikia line comes back into a city road, local road. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I suppose the context to that submission request is New Zealand Transport Agency was possibly a little bit uncomfortable with any of the wording in terms of possible predetermination of that revocation process, and so we've responded with a bit of softer language to recognise there's processes that go through.
Even though we've been talking to them for about as long as I've been here, and I think another decade before that.
Possibly older than I am, yep.
Okay. Are there any further questions from colleagues? Okay. All right, we've got Q to EE as recommended in Table 5. I'm happy to move it. I could have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Gordon. In terms of, I think the state highway network is quite important. I think we're the only metro city now that has it running right through the heart of us, and consequently that's why we've got trucks coming through the middle of us. So getting that sorted is a major aim of the city and a major project. It will lead to a better urban environment thereafter. In terms of the other, right through to EE, there's quite a lot to take in there. It pretty well accepts the vast majority of submissions that came through. So I'm happy to move that and would seek your support, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks. I was just going to comment on the commentary around flood protection in Ashurst. And so it specifically identifies that given that there are no plans for new or upgraded stock bank development, this may be a constraint to our growth, particularly in Ashurst. So I think that is an honest reflection of where we're at the moment. And so it's important to have that specified. And then it gives the opportunity for that to be reconsidered in the future. But that is effectively where things are at currently. So, I'm happy to support that, although I'm not happy that that is the situation, if you follow me. And same with the gaps in flood protection infrastructure, the amendments, because there was quite a strong submission on that we hadn't said enough about flood protection infrastructure, and so that I think these changes will address that. So it's maybe not great reading, but I think it's important to have it identified in the FDS, and then it's an area where we know where we're constrained and where changes might be put in future, I guess.
Yes, I think you're right, Councillor. It's an honest assessment of where we're at, and there are gaps there, definitely. Councillor Gordon.
Oh, kia ora. Just wanted to speak to this motion, in particular to mention the response from officers with regards to the submissions relating to not just gaps in flood protection, but also responding to the additional infrastructure request there. Pleased to see that flood protection infrastructure has been now included in the FDS as additional infrastructure. Thank you. And tautoko to your comments, Councillor Johnson, regarding Ashurst. I find those comments to be particularly useful. Yes, overall, it was very pleasing to see that those submissions around our flood protection structures, along with flooding information and gaps, have been addressed really well. Thank you.
All right. Okay, there being no... Oh, sorry. You're diving in at the end. Well done. Councillor Tekino.
I just wanted a point of clarification in my mind when it talks about the kura aiwi initiatives, does that include Puna Reo and, which is early childhood, and for that matter, Wharekura, which is high school?
Possibly testing my confidence in terms of that definition there, councillor. My understanding is there is a specific definition and governance body nationally that manages, I suppose, what's in and out in terms of a kura iwi.
Yeah.
So I would probably lean more on it's tied to that definition there. I appreciate that this inclusion of text is a little bit at the tail end of the process. So I suppose I'd recommend that we can flesh out what that could possibly be reflected in the FTS in future reviews using our Te Wharekoko process internally.
Okay. Thank you. Kia ora.
All right. Okay, so we've got Q to EE as recommended in Table 5. Just want to make some final comments. I think in BB, like Councillor Johnson and Councillor Gordon, I think it is an honest assessment of although there's no plans for new or upgraded stock bank development, and it is a constraint around growth in Ashurst. There is an opportunity with both councils, landowners and the community and infrastructure providers to look at work together to establish a way of addressing those constraints. So it acknowledges that could happen, but we have to be really upfront and say it isn't in the plan at the moment, but it does give perhaps an opportunity for working out a way of, but perhaps looking at it into the future. So I'm quite happy to move this, and I'll ask you to vote now, please. That's passed 6 votes for and none against. All right, we move through now to FF to II in Table 6. Back to you, Keegan.
Thank you. Couple of key ones there is GG, so some strong interest from members of the Bunnythorpe community around the recognition of their spatial extent. We had used in our base maps the urban extent, if you will, of Bunnythorpe, and can appreciate at the scale that we're representing these maps, it does make it look relatively small. There had been some recommendation from the public to use the Stats NZ extent of Bunnythorpe, which is slightly larger, and it is a recognised, area for the village. We are, as officers, comfortable to update the base map to reflect that, and that'll help to contextualise, I suppose, that community severance risk through the state highway network and the likes. So we don't necessarily see that as having a large implication in terms of the rest of the document. And then there was quite a bit of interest, I suppose, in terms of the public, in terms of how our district relates to other districts surrounding, in terms of growth pressures and interactions with infrastructure strategies and the likes. And whilst we agree with submitters that there could be a little bit more interaction in the document between our district and other districts, there are a number of districts that have only just adopted growth strategies, and there are some to come, and so we see that as a future opportunity in the next review to look at how differences in growth pressures in supply in, say, Tararoa, Rangitikei and MDC, for instance, and the likes can accompany some of the existing text we've put in for Live-In, given they went through a Wellington regional future development strategy. So put a little bit of text in there to nod to that in the future, but there's not a lot that we can recommend now, unfortunately. And then there's been some interest from one or two of the central government agencies with respect to clarity of the relationship between enabling infrastructure for growth being represented a bit more in terms of its timing and quantums and the likes in this document. We see that as more accurate to be maintained and reflected in both the long-term plan and the development contributions policy. Otherwise, we're having to update two sets of documents very regularly. So I've made a reference there. We are attending a semi-regular central government forum with respect to collecting views on this, and so we'd expect to explore further information that may be relevant in the implementation plan. And on that, I'll take questions through the chair.
Thank you. Just in terms of the updating the maps to better show the extent of Bunnythorpe, so we had a submitter who submitted to us many times around the inaccurate numbers of Bunnythorpe, and look, she refers to mesh blocks all the time. Is that what you're talking about, to get the correct data?
Yeah, so there's a specific exercise that I believe Stats NZ went through defining the population base for Bunnythorpe and other villages in about 2019. And so that was what we would use. Just as a note, there is kind of, when you look into it, there's about 5 different definitions of what the village would be. So this is one where we can definitively or objectively land on.
Yeah, I think we're getting closer to the numbers that they refer to themselves as. And also just at the top, and I think it's a bit of a typo, top of page 93, it probably should say our city rather than our district. I think the district is in reference to Rangitikei, Tararua and Manawatu in their own sort of plans and spatial plans, urban plans, whereas it's saying to better understand the possible additional pressures on our city. Is that correct?
Yep, we're happy with that.
Cool. Okay, Chair Kidwell.
Thank you. In this section, there were a few submitters who expressed concern about the scenario assessment methodology, and the officer recommendation there is to make no change. So those ones are specifically on page 202 of the agenda. I just wanted clarity around these scenario assessments. So were these the primary way we informed the decision to go for balanced growth?
Well, the assessments alongside, I suppose, pros and cons in terms of the spatial constraints. So it wasn't the primary way for assessing what was appropriate in terms of a response.
So if that's the case, is there any issue if we changed some of those assessment rankings at this point, at this stage, because some of them are factually incorrect essentially, and I think they need some altering. Is there any problem if we did that, particularly if it still ends up with balanced growth being the highest ranking one?
Through the chair, my advice, or our advice, provided I'm not speaking out of turn, is that because there's the likelihood with the spatial constraints and what can really be uptaken by putting all our eggs in one or other baskets, the balanced approach would still come out on top. So we would be comfortable with changes made to those assessments. I suppose our reflection in terms of the no change is that we would, just for the essence of time, seek to look at that methodology a bit further in the next review of the FDS.
Yeah, I agree. It needs to be looked at in the next FDS as well. Is there any... So just based on the submitter that re-evaluated those criteria himself, and I took that further and did that and came up with new scores, and it put growing up very close to balanced growth. And so I am just trying to understand if it's possible to, if we did that re-ranking and it's still, balanced growth is still where we're going, but within balanced growth, is there some way we can express a priority for building up before we build out?
There is, and often that's, in my advice, that's to do with the timing and prioritisation of our long-term plan programs with respect to how we advance zone changes. So at the moment, I'm fairly confident to say that we are already prioritising our growing in and growing up options in advance of technical information around our growing out. So we're quite quickly advancing our medium density zone. We're advancing and pretty close to notifying Roxburgh Crescent as well, as examples. Yeah.
Right, so that if the ranking was changed, that would still be reflecting essentially what the city's doing at the moment.
That would be my take. Yes.
Okay.
So I've just got Chief Planning Officer wanted to comment.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I would caution any sort of 11th hour changes to the overall assessment without it being part of the process that's led to where we are today and the submissions. I mean, I think there are strong drivers in the MPSUD about looking at market preferences as well as demand, and I think if we were to move towards an outcome that was primarily or entirely focused on growing in and growing up, private plan changes would end up doing the work for council in terms of the greenfield options, because there's still a clear market preference for those, and we've talked a bit about some of the challenges in terms of meeting demand purely on growing in or growing up. So I think it's fine to flag that as something that would need to be examined as part of the next FDS, but I would caution against at this late stage going back and reconfiguring that overall evaluation.
So can I just clarify then your view on changing some of those rankings that are actually incorrect? So, for example, saying that growing out has less impact, environmental impact than growing up, or that growing out has very little impact on greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, contributes in a positive sense rather than a negative one. So, for me, those statements are factually incorrect, and I think that the table needs to be altered. So, just what's your view on at least changing those?
Yes, certainly. If there were some statements that we felt were factually incorrect, adjusting those, that's fine. Obviously, we have to work through those on a case-by-case basis today to look at those. Yeah.
So just indicating that I have foreshadowed some motions in that space.
You can do what you want to, call it Councillor Kidwell, but yeah, anyway, we'll get through things. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, so I just had a question about the officer recommendation for no change on page 206, which is at the end of attachment 8, which I presume is the one that sits with table 6. Is it? Yes? Okay, good. So the submission theme was disagreeing with the projected short-term supply estimates from Mātangi and Kikifenua residential areas. And the officer response is that we're comfortable with the short-term supply analysis. But in questioning earlier, Jono mentioned the fact that since we had updated, or since he'd done a quick recalculation from the 2022 Housing Business Needs Assessment, that the supply at that time was thought to be 518 greenfield sites. The update is for 251. So how is it that we're still recommending no change? Because when I look at page 24 of the FDS, is that updated calculation reflected on page 24?
No, it's not. So that number there is based on as I was talking about earlier, the HBA as of the end of 2022, December 2022. I guess the issue we have in these documents is the numbers there are reflective as a point in time. If the the panel was of a mind to direct us to go back and change those to reflect the latest recalculation that we did in preparation for this hearing, then we'd be open to that. Like I said, if we go forward another 2 or 3 months, the situation will change again. It's really the extent to which the panel would like us to reflect those updated numbers or not.
Well, I think I probably would, but just to follow that up with, if we've got more up-to-date data, why would we not include it in this, given that this is going to be a strategic document for the next 3 years? So I just find the officer response of no change to the submission that disagrees with the projected short-term supply isn't really accurate based on what you yourself have told us today. So would you like me to put some amendment forward?
Certainly we're in your hands, councillor. I guess what I'd say there is staff worked over the weekend to reply to all these submissions. The updated data that we received was literally 24 hours ago. So certainly be open to that. Thank you.
Okay, look, I'm not meaning to be critical of officers. I'm sure we all appreciate the huge amount of effort that's gone into producing this so soon after the hearings. It's just that I personally would like to see the most accurate estimates that we've got for short-term supply in the FDS so that we can subsequently make decisions going forward based on that. Because if we're not indicating in this strategy that we've got a shortfall, then it's not really, that we're not setting the scene in an accurate way, I suppose. So I will just make an additional recommendation, perhaps, that the FDS is updated to include the latest figures available on short-term residential supply. Is that fair enough? Are you happy with that wording? Someone?
I think that should be workable for us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, that's good. We need to be updated.
All right. So we've got. Can we go to the top? Oh no, it is there. So FF to II is recommended. Table 6 is amended. I'm happy, and with HH to change our district to our city. Are you okay to move both, include it all in this one? Okay. All right. Now, is there any other? Chair Kidwell, you indicated you had some other amendments? Sorry.
I did. I would like to, I'm happy to take on board some of the officer feedback there about not aiming to do a wholesale change. I think that can be assessed more fully in terms of those scenario rankings when the FDS is reviewed. But I would like to put forward some of the, to change some of the rankings to get them more factually correct. So that would include for the supporting reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, growing out needs to drop down, and we need to correct, there's a transcription error in that table, as one of the submitters pointed out, for balanced growth. So what might be helpful is if you have those motions that I circulated earlier, and I can tell you which ones to delete and which ones I'd like to still propose.
Well, first of all, is there a seconder for that? So are we talking table 12 that you
I'm talking where that issue was addressed, and the officer's recommendation was no change, and I'm suggesting change.
So it's table 12.
But it also has flow-through effects to tables 8, 9, 10, 11, because they feed into 12.
So it's a seconder? So the Canahag? Okay. All right. Well, we discuss it then.
So those those first three, they're the ones I'm happy to delete those three because they are, that's something that can be looked at further down the track. But the subsequent ones, I do believe, need to be changed to make the table more accurate. I think there's one missing up the top. Is there still one more? Because there was one for we support reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. The growing out score needed to change. Oh no, there it is. Sorry, it's in opposite order from where the table has it. So can I speak to those, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you can. Yep.
All right. So well, first off, I want to apologise to officers for not having done my job properly in the first place. This is something I should have picked up much earlier in the piece rather than at the late stage. I did bring this up with officers when it came to our council, but at that stage it was too late to make any changes. And so I waited for the submission process and submitters picked this up. So I believe it's important for us to get this part right. I think it's just a reflection of the incredibly tight timeframes we've all been working to with the workload of the LTP on top of this. So having said that, like I've said, I've taken on board the officers' advice that trying to do a wholesale change at this late stage is probably not ideal. So the ones I'm focusing on here are just making it factually correct. So I don't believe that it's accurate to state that growing out would contribute a little to the value that we support reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. It actually would have a negative contribution to that value. I'm also aware that to support these changes, we also do need to potentially include some narrative, and I'm not quite sure which table to bring this into in terms of the officers' recommendations, those tables that we're working through. Addressing the stormwater strategy and putting a bit more detail around when we can expect to see that, because a number of these scenarios, I understand, particularly all the ones that had the -1 in terms of growing up, were based on the assessment provided by Rangitane that the growing up, growing in has adverse effects on stormwater, and that seemed to override any other assessment looking at the greater environmental effect of growing out. So as the submitter suggested, who did his own assessment of this area, if we address the stormwater strategy shortage, Rangitane's concerns in terms of the growing up and growing in will be addressed. So therefore, this table, I think, needs to reflect that. And just for me personally, I just can't sign off a table that says that a city with minimal environmental impact, that growing up has a stronger, more negative impact on the environment than growing out. In fact, it's saying growing out has a positive environmental impact. To me, that's factually incorrect, because you may be able to, when you grow out, do nice stormwater ponds, but you lose highly productive land. You are essentially creating urban sprawl, which means greater travelling distances. You are putting more land under asphalt. So those are not positive environmental impacts, and hence I'd like to see the changes in this table.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm not going to be supporting these changes to the table, and I'll explain my reasons why. First of all, I think at this point in time, to be making the changes is far too late. These changes should have been suggested when we went out with the draft, if they were going to be suggested. And secondly, I don't actually agree that these changes are responding to factual situations. I think these are very subjective decisions. The first, whether you give something a 3 or a 2 or a 1 or a -1 can be quite subjective, I think. And the whole of the rest of the tables that would need to be changed, I don't think it's going to make any material difference to the outcome of the FDS. It's still going to result in a balanced growth strategy. We're not going to be not doing greenfields because there are other factors that prevent us from making that decision. We wouldn't have enough housing supply for the city if we didn't do some greenfields. We're not going to be solely doing growing up because there are a lot of people that are opposed to that. We're not going to be solely doing growing in because that has significant effect on the stormwater and on other infrastructure within the city. So I just can't agree to this change at this point for those reasons. I think if there are discussions to be had about numbers and particular opinions that people have on whether or not this contributes to the environmental damage or it doesn't, I think that the time for that was long ago, and now I think we're well beyond that. So unless it was going to produce a material change in how we were to set this strategy up, then I just can't see the point of this at this point. So no, I won't be supporting it.
Colleagues, look, I won't be supporting it either. And I appreciate that people have been busy, and I think you summed it up very well, Councillor Johnson. It is a wholesale change. And look, people can have their own subjective views and somewhat political views as well. And I appreciate this is a political chamber. But I just, from a city point of view, this is going against our own iwi advice. I don't do that on record. Also, it's going against our officer advice. And I think if at the end of the, we got these late last night, so I haven't had a real good decent look at everything. But actually, we're trying to go here for if it made a material difference, that might be, we could possibly have a more serious debate around it. But actually, we're still going to go with balanced growth. And I emphasise the word balanced, and I think Councillor Johnson summed it up very well. That includes greenfields. Whether politically you like it or not, it's got to be there. And I do want this, and I'm sure my council would agree with me wholeheartedly, that this is a future development strategy, not a future no development strategy. And effectively, if we go down this path, the city probably wouldn't exist here. None of us would be here. So I think we just have to be a little bit careful that we don't chuck all the eggs in one basket. The fact that it's growing up, growing in, there's a little bit of growing out, and there's some village growth. It's balanced, and I think that's the key word, balanced. So I strongly advise you not to vote for this because it's no development. Councillor Tekena.
Kia ora. I second this because I thought, well, it was very important to put within our deliberations a fuller understanding of what is balanced and what is up and what is sideways and everything else. Just to be very clear on what our thinking is. And so I had no problem at coming back to this, even though we could have talked about it earlier. It's always good to come back to what we're trying to do. I don't think that anybody has the view that we should stop growth. It's just getting our thinking on paper in a way that allows people to understand it. And if people in the city need to go on debating the way that growth should take place, that's a good thing. Kia ora.
Councillor Gordon.
Well, kia ora. Firstly, I think I would like to say thank you for putting forth this amendment for discussion. It is important to have these discussions. And had you not brought it through to this process, we wouldn't be talking about it. And they're important points that you raise. And I too, looking back at the scenario assessment or table 12 and the way in which that's been scored, would also now go back and check had I looked at that more carefully, would I have been satisfied with the way in which that's been scored? And would I have asked officers more questions at the time? I think now I probably would have asked more questions. Nonetheless, it is what I'm hearing from around the table actually is that it would not significantly change the outcome in terms of balanced growth. I think that is important. It's good for me to hear that today. Also important to understand is that Table 12 has been brought to us from officers. It's their recommendation, it's on their advice that we're looking at that, and I heard from the Mayor that iwi input has also been sought with regards to this. So again, reiterating, thank you for bringing this to our attention, and I think there is work to do, acknowledging that the officers have indicated there's some, a review process. There is another future development strategy that will come after this one, or an update to this one will occur, and I look forward to that process. I'm retaining an open mind at this point about whether I will support or not, and I'd be interested to hear the reply from Rachel, from Chair Kidwell. Thanks.
Chair Kidwell.
Thank you. So just first of all, just want to really clarify, there's nothing in here that says not balanced growth. There's nothing in here that says I don't support development. There's nothing in here that is political. I just refute those statements that were made. This is a material difference. Is factually correct a material difference or not? I'll leave that up to you, but I believe it is if we're stating that it's not subjective to say that the environmental impact of growing out versus growing up should not be corrected, because the way it's written in that table is incorrect. I completely agree that some of these scores were based on iwi advice, and I acknowledged that when I first spoke, and I said the key concern they had was around the stormwater strategy, and that I believe would help solve a lot of the problems that have come through in the scoring from them. So I appreciate their advice, but it's my name that's going to be on this document. So for me, it does need to be correct. I understand that some of you are choosing, don't support this, but I'd say at the very least, you do need to support the very first one, because that is correcting the transcription error that is in the table. And so if you support that one, it also needs to follow through to changing the totals at the end. I will leave it there.
All right, we will vote, please. So we're just voting on the additional one from Chair Kidwell first.
Do you not want to separate them out, since the first one is correcting an error in the document? It's not just my
No, we'll
opinion.
take them all together.
So you're going to leave an error in the document?
Sorry, could we just go back to the first one? Sorry.
What is the one you're referring to?
So in table 11, that score is actually 2. In table 12, there's a transcription error that a submitter identified. It's been listed as
We'll separate
3.
them out then.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I check that it is an error from officers? It is an error? Okay, then I'm getting the nods. So which one is?
Table 12 is the summary, so I think we should be taking the lead from table 11.
Okay, cool. All right, so what we'll do is we'll vote on the first one first, and then we'll vote on the rest second. So it's just the first one we're going to vote for at the moment, around matching the corresponding entry in table 11. And that is passed 6 votes for and none against. All right, we now go to the remainder of table 12. And we will vote on those, please. No, we're voting on the rest of them. Councillor Gordon.
If I may, thank you. Just in terms of error, we actually haven't heard from officers. I'd like to ask officers if there is anything in their opinion that there is in terms of errors in table 12, other than the one that we've just addressed.
I normally wouldn't, because you've missed your gap, but I'll let it go. David?
Thank you.
Yeah, look, there's probably not much more to say than what we said earlier, in that, look, I think there's, ultimately, I think the assessments in table 11 and table 12, if you redid them again, look, there might be some subtle changes here and there in terms of the officer advice, but I think the broad outcome would largely be the same. The issue is whether we want to do that, as I said earlier, on the hop here today with adjustments to those versus acknowledging that the outcome would largely be the same and flagging that, it'd be an important process to look closely at as part of the next FDS.
Are you on? Good, we will vote. And that has failed. Votes for and 4 against. All right, we'll go back to the original. And we have just the table 6 as amended, and with the change to city and the additional latest figures relating to short-term residential supply. And I'll ask you to vote, please. It's passed 6 votes for, none against. Thank you. All right, moving through to table 7. And this is JJ to TT. And over to you, Keegan.
Thank you. I suppose some of the recommendations do overlap with, I suppose, kind of the growing out component of the document. So I've just addressed it a bit more specifically in this section here. Just a reminder that we did seek to introduce and consult on the Te Utaganui master plan through this FDS process. And so there'd been some early socialisation of the master plan in October and December last year in advance of the FDS being prepared. I'll take guidance from the chair as to whether some familiarity with the areas we're recommending, including or excluding, need to be zoomed around on a map. We can do that. Otherwise, I'll just assume that everyone knows where I'm looking at.
Yeah, we probably will show it on. Let's do the map just so everyone gets a clear idea.
Slightly hoping for an out, but that's okay. One moment. I'm plugged in, yes. Alrighty. Okay. Just to avoid the noise, I'll just click on specific locations that relate to the officer recommendations. So the first one being submissions on the removal of areas. You can see my mouse. I'll zoom in a bit closer, sorry. Area D and Area E. Those both total 112 hectares of growing out land, greenfield growth in the FDS in the long term. And that's to supply specifically for a response to projected demand for warehousing and logistics land. So quite niche. We're talking kind of 2 hectare lots and above. We on response to quite strong feedback from the community through the submissions process and also the drop-in sessions, particularly with respect to the fragmentation of the land compared to other parts of the Te Uu Tanganui Master Plan area, and also inconsistencies of approach in terms of highly productive land either side of the district boundary. We've responded in terms of our recommendation to remove both of those from both the Future Development Strategy and the Te Uu Tanganui Master Plan itself, which sits in an appendix. There are risks to that, which I'd just like to acknowledge. So that would remove quite a substantial amount of long-term hectareage in terms of land supply. So we would need to do future work and future development strategies to look at how we meet that demand in the future. If I can give a professional opinion in terms of that type of land in town, it's possibly more sensitive to the risk of land banking, having quite a bit of consolidation in the existing Northeast Industrial Zone to quite a small number of landowners. So we'd have to look at the impacts that removing areas D and E may have for future competitive land markets and its effect on land prices, which is a requirement under the MPSUD. Did you have anything else to add to that point, Liana? No? Cool. We appreciate that that's possibly connected to some submission points or proposals that Submitter 88 or Second Chapter partners have put in place, which is a bit of a swap this for that. We prefer to just speak to the merits of each addition and removal rather than connect them all. So the next, if I can just run down the line. The next ones are more related to areas A and B, which, if you can see my cursor, areas A and B relate to land primarily between the Northeast Industrial Zone currently and the Mangaoni String. So we had 3 requests for additions there. There's 2 submitters of some relative lifestyle blocks currently that own land between the proposed Area B and the Mangaoni String. The reason for precluding those early on in our master planning process was due to the flood-prone areas kind of fragmenting, I suppose, the developable land on those properties. It's not very clear cut, so we it was fairly prudent to remove those from the first scope. There is some merit in investigating the developability of some of the higher ground. When you go on that site, it is quite obvious what's high, what's low, what's possibly inundatable. And so we acknowledge the submitters' pros and cons that they've suggested for inclusion into Area B in particular. And so we've responded with both recommendations KK and LL to add 813 Roberts Line and 815 Roberts Line into the future development strategy. Similar to the approach, happy for that to be debated, is similar to the approach of 160 Napier Road because of the uncertainties to do with that site, particularly flood and highly productive land. We've bumped that to the medium term, so it doesn't get too confidently factored into short-term growth. And then a similar approach taken with recommendation MM, and this is on Richardson's line. So this is a block just here. Hopefully everyone's following okay on the map. So that was precluded in previous plan changes, primarily due to geotechnical and flood-prone areas constraints. That, again, it was based on information at the time, some 6-7 years ago. So we would be recommending a similar approach of adding it in to the FDS for further investigation, keeping it as a medium-term growth area. The recommendations don't extend, I suppose, for these 3 sites to including them in the Te Uu Tanganui Master Plan. The intricacy of that is until we're confident that those 3 sites could actually meet the kind of constraints that we've identified, we wouldn't send strong enough signals that they were part of Te Uu Tanganui just yet. So include them in the FTS for further investigation. Don't include them in the Te Utanganui master plan until we know they're in. Hopefully everyone's following okay. Next recommendation is NN. So we've highlighted the submission here, so that's submitted number 88, second chapter partners. They've done some of their own initial hydrological work based on some up-to-date flood modelling sourced from Horizons. So they believe that there might be some developable land to the nature of about 15 hectares on that large block, and they'll be interested in some mitigation solutions. We had initially precluded that because it does fit within the Taonui Basin, so there's some significantly high bar for them to meet. We'd generally probably expect that they seek to meet that bar through the preparation of a private plan change. Our recommendation is similar to those other sites that I mentioned before, which is include them in the future development strategy for later down the track to recognise the uncertainty on that site and not rely on it for supply just yet, but do not include it in the Te Utanganui master plan until those tests are met. There's some text to support this one on recommendation 00. And then if I can jump to the Te Utanganui master plan itself. There are a number of requests that Foodstuffs has made to the Te Utanganui master plan in light of their concerns that we may possibly be baking in master plan outcomes in advance of doing due diligence through, say, a plan change or designation process. So Foodstuffs site is currently here, if you can see my cursor. They've currently got a consent in to expand their national distribution facility, and they have concerns about the notations in the master plan, and particularly in terms of land acquisition restrictions on their site. One of those being the suggestion of an overbridge over Railway Road in the future to service Area C. Their request is, their concern is that there'd be some land that would need to be taken from their frontage in order to provide for that. This is getting into the weeds, so aroha mai. We're recommending that it was just an early indication of what would be needed for an overpass. We haven't landed on any decisions, and none of the capital infrastructure programs have been set in the long-term plan or infrastructure strategy to support that approach, so there's no no predetermination there. We would seek to rejig the notation to a future connection to recognise that uncertainty rather than overpass or overbridge. There's a link signal between Alderson's Drive and Richardson's Line, somewhere on their property. They have concerns about that because it would change their development scheme in the resource consent application. For points taken in the table, we're comfortable with removing that from the Te Utanganui master plan. We would do more traffic impact assessments at the plan change stage to know definitively if that's actually appropriate or not, but we're comfortable taking it out for now. We're recommending no change to their request to I think the submission was requesting that we can commit to taking no land off them at the corner of Richardson's and Roberts Linery if we need to upgrade that intersection. I don't think anyone in the room can make a firm commitment on that until we actually see some proper assessments done, likely at the plan change stage. And then there's a stormwater detention area signalled on their land. Since they've been going through the resource consent process, they've got alternative ways of responding to the stormwater needs for that site and the demand, and so we're comfortable removing that as a result. With response to Area C, just in while it's front of me now, we've not recommended any changes to the extent or timing of Area C. I suppose Area C, at least in my view, having to be corrected by Jono, who was a bit closer to the preparation of this plan, of this master plan. But Area C represents the furthest extent, or the most prudent extent, of what we can possibly investigate for industrial growth in that area, and it is quite a critical stage of Te Utanganui, given its tie-in with when we expect Kiwi Rail Hub to be operational, and the growth that comes, the demand that comes from that. We would expect through the plan change preparation process to further refine the edges or the extent of that Area C. And at this stage, it sends, at least in my recommendation, a bit more of a transparent indication of what we're interested in investigating further. Happy to take any additional comment from the rest of the FDS team before handing over to questions.
Yeah, just through the chair. Just quickly, the Tutanganui master plan, there's actually some technical assessments that sit behind the master plan. So we commissioned obviously an economics assessment looking at future demand, a flood assessment, noise, cultural impact assessment, and assessment with respect to rail. The areas that are identified in the master plan, I guess the constraint that was considered and most influenced the land that was identified was flooding. We've been fairly clear through other plan changes, for example, the Northeast Industrial Zone Extension Area. Horizons have been very clear to us about not wanting additional flows in the Tainui Basin and pressures, that the regional council face with respect to the downstream community there. So certainly that master plan, the constraint that that was most heavily sort of impacted on the identification was flooding. What we are saying with respect to the other properties that we've recommended to be included is that yes, they have significant flooding constraint, but having another look at those and seeing the extent to which there could be some developable land in closer to the core of the industrial area may be a first step, rather than identifying areas D&E over the long term, saying, well, let's have a look a little bit closer in, see if we can provide for some more land, recognising that areas D&E are out at 2052 and aren't as well connected with the core industrial area as perhaps we would, in an ideal world, wish them to be.
Okay. Look, could you go back to the map again in Area C? Look, I'm happy with most of your commentary, Keegan and the other officers, but Area C's I've always been a bit bemused by why we've picked Area C. If you know that land, it's hilly, it's got lots of waterways. It's strange that it's considered developable as a industrial space, yet even existing landowners there now can't get building consents. So I'm bemused, and I realise that you're trying to create, I suppose, some market competitions, but are we trying to make this too big? I mean, we heard a lot of commentary from. So I'm just, why have we considered this part? Is it because it's close to the railway line? Is that why we've picked it?
Yeah, look, I can talk to that. I mean, the nature of land use planning is you've always got tensions and constraints, and when you look at the broad level of constraints, the technical assessment for Te Tanganui said, well, the best place to place, I guess, a significant growth need for the freight for Te Tanganui is in Area C. We're fairly certain that if we were to promote Area C in the middle of the Tainui Basin, I think the advice is that we would just not get that through the fair schedule process, and that the engineering cost of a solution to mitigate stormwater in the Tainui Basin would be so expensive that you just...
I'm not talking about, I'm just saying making it smaller.
Well, look, there could be an ability to make it smaller. I guess Te Tanganui sits within a broader context of where does the Central North Island sit in terms of freight and logistics compared to the Golden Triangle and other regional centres and the Hawke's Bay and down in Wellington. Guess what we're saying is that when you're looking at a freight and logistics hub of the scale that the city needs into the future, you do need scale. And if you're looking at supporting infrastructure, you need scale to justify the size and the amount of infrastructure investment that is required. So there is a sort of a critical mass that you need to provide for if you're going to make land affordable, and also you're going to justify the requisite supporting infrastructure. So certainly not an easy decision to make, but when it comes to a Central North Island freight hub, scale is really important.
Okay, so I'll just throw this question to you. If you made it smaller, and if you're talking the city as being a hub, and I mean the city, pushing any secondary growth to Longburn, which is already semi-established.
I guess my response to that would be is that currently the city's really clear about what the industrial land use strategy is, and at the moment the direction that we have from council is that Te Tanganui and the provision of freight and logistics needs to happen out here. We are talking about, if we want to support broader infrastructure investment like the freight ring road, that we need to make sure that we co-locate as much of our freight and logistics resource, both our public resource in terms of infrastructure provision, but also our investment in this location, so that it becomes a truly multimodal freight hub. So obviously co-location of freight to road, air and rail is really critical. So I think the city's been quite clear in its policy and strategy documents that there's a strategic benefit to locating the freight and logistics development in this location, and to support infrastructure like the future freight ring road as well.
The freight ring road ironically goes past Longburn as well, but anyway, that's just a side issue. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few questions. Apologies. Keegan, do you have an amended map with your recommendations shown on it?
Through the chair, Aroha mai, no, we don't.
Okay, all right. What is the significance of providing relief to submitters, but then not including them in the Te Tanganui master plan, but putting them on a medium term? Is that going to be sufficient to address their concerns about being left high and dry? Because I'm particularly thinking about those two properties in Roberts Line. I think it was 813 and 815 Roberts Line. They're kind of those two. I know you've said, well, we're not sure if the land will be suitable, whatever, but is it really adequate relief to put them in potentially the medium term? Because that then means that they're going to be in limbo for a lot longer. So I suppose I'm questioning whether it's adequate relief to put them in the medium term, or whether it would be feasible, you think, to include them in the short term.
Through the chair. Slightly similar conversation, I suppose, to the 160 Napier Road concerns. So, look, I would generally expect, as an officer, when preparing areas A and B, which are considered for short term, that there'll be some investigation, either us or the landowners, with respect to initially scoping those fatal flaw assessments for flood and highly productive land, possibly liquefaction assessments, to then bring it in for the rest of the process. So when we've recommended medium term, we're not suggesting that we do areas A and B in the short term and then we wait before actually rezoning or proposing some material to assess the appropriateness of rezoning of 813, 815 Roberts Line and 129 Richardson's. what we're possibly just really reflecting on is bringing them into the short term sends a certain level of confidence that that land can be relied on to meet short term demand in the next 3 years, which is officers were not confident in saying just yet. Once passing through those fatal flaw tests, then yes, we would have potentially have some confidence there, but that's why we've reflected it into the medium term.
Okay, so they wouldn't be expected to just sit back and wait for the medium term. They would have the option of addressing the concerns around, I think it's mostly stormwater, isn't it? And whether or not their land was suitable earlier themselves and then potentially be included in A and B?
Through the chair, yes, that's what we would expect.
Okay, good. Next, getting rid of areas D and E is a significant change to what we went out and consulted on. Are there any additional submitters, potential submitters, I suppose I would say, who you think would be affected by that might have submitted differently if we had gone out on getting rid of D and E? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, if I can paraphrase, what are the, I suppose, consequential impacts on people that may have been expected to be rezoned, and then we're turning that off.
Yeah. Because they haven't had a chance to speak their piece.
That's right. Anecdotally, through quite a number of drop-in sessions with those that have had a zone implication from the master plan identified on their property had 5 opportunities last year to attend a drop-in session to get some better knowledge and connect with us. There's been opportunities to have one-to-one meetings to understand the master plan and the likes, as well as all the FDS specific engagements. So through none of those drop-in sessions has there necessarily been anyone in those 2 areas that has come up to officers to identify that they would strongly support that being a person in those areas. We've had a number of folks in those areas that have strongly indicated that they would not like those areas to be included. We've also had feedback from Dairy NZ representatives that the farming community out there are not supportive of areas D and E, and that's been fed through to us. So
okay, so you're not anticipating that if we were to accept these recommendations that we would be inundated with people complaining?
No, we're not
quite the
anticipate
opposite,
that at all.
I suspect. Okay, good. And then just finally, the inclusion potential inclusion as a medium-term growth of the Bunnythorpe Business Park. Are we expecting that there would be any potential submitters that might have wanted to have a comment about that? Does it impact on anybody who would feel they hadn't been able to have a say because they wouldn't have been anticipating that would be included?
Through the chair, we anticipate that the submitter has control over that site in its entirety. So we haven't expected there to be a need for further consultation consequentially in terms of that potential recommendation. In terms of the general public's response, you may have some concerns raised from a flood-prone areas perspective. You may have some concerns from a highly productive land perspective, and you may have some concerns around the traffic loading it may have for Roberts Line and potential site access constraints on Kairanga Bunnythorpe Road in the future. Okay. But those would be general across a lot of the areas that are already covered.
Yeah. And those concerns could be addressed through any plan change anyway?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Happada.
Thank you. Area C is 150 hectares. How much, I'm not sure who I'm talking to, whether I'm talking to you or Jono, how much does Te Tanganui take to build like, I don't know how much land it needs. Does it need 150 hectares? I don't know which one I'm looking at. Don't know.
Look, the economic assessment that we undertook to look at supply and demand fed into the identification, not just the areas, but also informed the extent of land that we needed. So, that area, or all the areas that we've identified, have been informed by a supply and demand assessment over a 30-year period. What I would note also here is that, there's a 2 hectare minimum here. So one of the issues we also have is that there's actually a shortage of supply generally of large lots to provide for this development typology. So, we're talking about, for example, the foodstuff site that's about to be redeveloped. They're about to develop on 10 hectares of land. We've had a previous development at Countdown, which is closer to 20 hectares. So the development typology is that it looks like a lot of land, but then when you're chunking out 20, 10, 15 hectares with one development, then the land gets used up pretty quickly, because you do need a lot of supporting land to provide for the nature of activities that the freight hub is seeking to provide for. So, and then, it's very difficult, as we know, to rezone land, in particular greenfield land. So our preference is to, do it once and do it right, recognising the underlying commercial realities of this type of development in the future.
Okay. Short answer, a long answer. Going back to where the Mayor was heading, at Longburn, is there any, maybe I'll address it to the Chief Planning Officer, is there any land available at Longburn for putting something as big as, I don't actually know what the size of Te Whanganui is?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, out at Longburn, we've got the Braeburn Industrial Area, which is actually targeted at sort of small to medium dairy-related industry. Longburn has historically been flagged for that wet industry growth, given its location to the treatment plant and those sorts of things. I think one thing I would emphasise with the questions on areas C, D and E is I think the FDS needs to be looked at. The areas we're talking about in terms of areas C, D and E are in that sort of 15 to 30 year window. There's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6 FDSs before we, assuming the legislation stays the way it is. Yes, we need to make sure we get it as accurate as possible now. However, if we think about areas D and E, to Councillor Johnson's questions, I'll come back to yours shortly, Councillor Harper, about area C, but if we think about areas D and E, if there were landowners out there that were adamant, they were supportive of it and they felt aggrieved that it came out, even if, we feel it's best that they come out now, they will get another 3 or 4 or 5 attempts through future FDSs to convince us otherwise. Maybe development's accelerated, the growth of Te Whanganui has taken off, we need more land. Likewise, area C, the Te Whanganui master plan went through the governance group, made an active decision to plan for the high growth scenario, and that informed the economic assessment that eventuated in the land areas that's required. It may well be that we monitor the progress and uptake of development in Te Whanganui over the next 3, 6, 9 years. The Key Rail site might develop slightly different than we anticipate in terms of its, some of the assumptions at the moment, and that would allow us to continually reflect on areas C, D and E. So what I would say is 3 years rolls around pretty quickly in a planning sense, and there's a requirement to update the FDS every 3 years. So based on the information we have, the feedback we've got, these are the recommendations that are best at this time, we feel, but we'll reflect on those. And it'll be 2 years before we actually start the FDS process again.
Chair Kidwell.
Thank you. So can you just clarify on the map, for recommendation NN, which of the sites that are number 109 and number 125, were they combined into that one block that you were showing on Kairangapani Thorpe Road?
Yes, we combine them into one block.
So that block there. So the submission that we heard from showed all of the flooding maps and their consultants' reports that they had referred to. Does that apply? Is that scenario the case across both of those properties?
Through the chair, yes.
It is. All right. What is my other question? So with going back to Mayor Grant's, some of his comments, I'm still struggling to understand how the HPL, the MPS HPL works in terms of if you've had landowners who in their submission said to us they couldn't get a building consent because they were told they would be prevented due to the MPS. How can we block out all of this land and we can suddenly get that? Or is it that's still a process to go through? How do we, I'm just trying to understand how it works.
If I can make an attempt, happy to be corrected by my colleagues. At a high level, there's different pathways for subdivision versus plan changes, rezoning, and so my understanding of the MPS HPL is that it is quite prohibitive with respect to individual subdivision, and it's quite a high bar to meet for rezoning, but provides enough homework, if you will, to meet the economic tests to make sure that the land that you would rezone is actually needed and the extent is the minimum of what it would be required to take on to meet that demand. Those economic tests, I understand, aren't relevant to the pathway for subdivision. I am somewhat confused by the submitter's comment with respect to the building consent work. They had building consent approved, and I've sat in their lounge to discuss Te Utanganui with them in that house. They also have the ability to have a dependent dwelling, so a secondary dwelling under the rural zone as a controlled activity, which means that it doesn't have to go through those HPL tests. So they have means to build the housing for their whānau that they wish, and have partly done that. It's when it comes into subdivision that it restricts it under that EPS, as far as I understand.
Okay, and so just going back to the that block of land, the 125 and 109 Karangabanithorpe Road. So the officer's advice initially in drawing up the plan was to not include that area because of the flood risk, and now because a submitter has said they'd like it included, we're putting it in. Has your advice on the flood risk changed?
Through the chair. Again, open up to any of my other colleagues. So we took a bit of a prudent approach with respect to it, Te Utanganui's interaction with Te Utanganui, with the Taonui Basin. So took a purely avoidance preference there in the preparation of the master plan. There's been some willingness and interest from that submitter to interrogate the flood modelling data at a bit more of a site-specific level, which at the stage we're still not fully convinced is feasible. But I suppose our position, acknowledging our initial position of not having it in the Te Utanganui master plan, still stands, because we're not recommending putting it in, but we're giving them, I suppose, an acknowledgement of the merits and the other strategic advantages of that site for the future development strategy, and giving them the opportunity to prove to us collectively as councils to seek otherwise.
Do they need to be in the FDS to be able to seek that advice? Could they try and convince us next time round instead?
There is I suppose, what a number of the development community are concerned about with respect to how an FDS would apply to, say, a private plan change is not including it in has a very strong signal or connotation around the acceptability of that growth area in the future. And so it creates, and I think some submitters, particularly 160 Napier Road, had commented, creates quite a large roadblock that I suppose, in my professional opinion, would distract from maybe actually focusing on the tests that are the constraints, rather than stacking up an additional roadblock in terms of their ability to meet council strategic direction ultimately through this FTS.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's our questions done. We'll break for lunch now, and we'll come back in an hour. I think we're getting close to completing things, but so we'll be back in the. I'll tell you what, we'll make it nice and clean. At 2:15, we're back here.